Good morning. I will call to order the June 15th, 2021 meeting of the Santa Barbara County Board of Supervisors. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Supervisor Hart,
Here.
Supervisor Hartman,
Here.
Supervisor Lavanino,
Here.
Supervisor Williams,
Here.
and Chair Nelson.
Here. At this time, please stand and join the board in pledging allegiance to the flag. Ready? Begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The next item of business is the approval of the minutes from the May 18th, 2021 meeting and the June 1st, 2021 special meeting. Is there any discussion? I'll take a motion.
Move approval.
Second.
All right, got a motion from Hartman and second from Hart. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Motion passes unanimously. Madam Clerk, are there any announcements or changes to our agenda today?
Chair Nelson and members of the board, just a couple quick announcements this morning. First, I'd like to announce that we did receive a request to trail administrative item number 67 to after departmental item number 10, as those two are related. And administrative item number 67 is sponsored by Supervisor Williams and Supervisor Hart. It is to adopt a resolution proclaiming June 19th, 2021 as Juneteenth in Santa Barbara County and commemorating the freeing of enslaved people in the United States. And we will be trailing that till after departmental item number 10 from Community Services, which is our hearing on the Juneteenth celebration and community report today. Additionally, I would like to remind the public that the Board of Supervisors meetings are now being interpreted and broadcast live in Spanish. We are broadcasting our meetings in Spanish both for Cox Cable subscribers in South County as well as Comcast Cable subscribers in North County. Members of the public can now view our meetings in Spanish by turning on the secondary audio programming, also known as SAP or SAP, under their language settings. Lastly, I would like to remind the public who are participating in our meeting today of the board's alternative methods of public participation. For alternative methods of public participation and to provide public comment on general public comment or an item on the board's agenda, please see page 2 of our agenda today. Individuals that would like to provide verbal public comment, you may do so via Zoom by registering in advance via the link on page 2. After registering, you will receive a confirmation email containing information about joining the Zoom meeting. Once the chair has announced the item you want to comment on, please join the meeting with the information provided in the registration confirmation email. The clerk will call you by name. When removed from mute, you will hear a notification that your line has been unmuted. If you are using a touch-tone phone, you may need to press *6 to unmute yourself. Again, if you're using a touch-tone phone, you may need to press *6 to unmute yourself. Each person may address the board for up to 3 minutes, and this is at the discretion of the chair. If you have any questions, please contact the clerk of the board's office at 805-568-2240. Again, that's 805-568-2240. And that concludes my announcements for today.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Next item of business is the County Executive Officer's Report. CO Miyasato, do you have anything to report
Chair Nelson,
today? Thank you.
a couple items. One is just brief, and then another one a little bit longer, but will still be brief. The first one is just to announce that, as you know, today, the state's blueprint for a safer economy restrictions were ended, but Cal-OSHA workplace safety guidelines remain in effect, which require masking and safe distancing. We expect these guidelines will be changing in the coming days, but for now, those still remain in effect for masking and safe distancing for our employees and members of the public. We'll give a board update as those change, and we expect them to change in the next couple of days. The second is that I have online today our Chief Fire Department, Chief Hartwig, and our OEM Director, Kelly Hubbard. And as you know, we're in red flag warning. There's high fire possibility, and so I asked them to just give you a brief update about our preparedness, upstaffing, and the public safety power shutdown that we are potentially under. And so we can start with Chief Hartwig.
Good morning, members of the board, Ms. CEO, and I'm happy to give you a quick report on where we are this morning, specifically on our conditions, but maybe more importantly on our staffing and our preparedness. We're following the National Weather Service. Eric Bolt does a phenomenal job down at the Oxnard LA office of keeping us updated on the most recent changes on the weather. We expect the highest temperatures to be today, and in fact, the warnings are through tomorrow morning at 6 a.m. We expect temperatures over 100 above the tunnels or up in the valleys, and then we expect them to be in the 90s here today. We have those accompanied with very low humidities, and unfortunately, our live fuel moistures, as I've mentioned before, are very low. We're about 2 months ahead of schedule. Our normal schedule drying on our live fuel moistures. And of course, that means that our live vegetation is going to carry fire during these conditions. We're going to have some things staffed up. We had our Ops Chief Woody Enos had asked that we staff up in preparation for this, and then at the same time apply to the state for some funding to cover those costs. It's more kind of accounting, but we do have two forms of or two mechanisms to apply for funding for our pre-positioning, one through the state OES office, and then one through CAL FIRE in our protection of state lands. So we do have one full strike team patrolling. You'll see yesterday we're out, and then today we'll be out as well. That's a multi-agency strike team, and that'll be about the 154 and south and east. And then we'll have a county fire task force, a group of fire equipment that's patrolling between the 154, overlapping a little bit, and up all the way to the tunnels in Gaviota. Yesterday, very quickly, we had a small spot in Gaviota. It was held to a small spot, and we attribute that to the quick work of the task force that was out patrolling. And today they'll be in a very similar area patrolling as well today. Extreme drought persists, as we all know, and in fact, the entire county is included within that, and that won't help our live fuel moistures as we continue to progress towards and into a more active fire season. That's all I have, Ms. CEO, and available for any questions or comments, of course.
Thank you, Chief. Why don't we go to Kelly before we take any questions? Ms. Hubbard?
Good morning, Chair Nelson and the board. As CEO Miyasato referred to, we do have a public safety power shutoff potential during this time. That period of concern is with the Southern California Edison area, and it started this morning and then goes through or ends tonight at midnight. If there was to be a shutoff, it is important to note that even though the period of concern ends this evening, that shutoff could continue past the midnight hour this evening, because then Southern California Edison does still need to go out and do inspections of those lines that are in those areas before they do turn the power back on. SCE has opened community resource centers. They are open today and tomorrow. One is at the Independent Living Resource Center in Santa Barbara City, and the other one is at the residence in Goleta. They do have Spanish-speaking staff available for those who may need Spanish-speaking staff. For residents preparing for, if you are in a public safety power shutoff zone or area, recommend you charge your devices, check any flashlights or lanterns. If you need help with medical devices, please reach out to SCE or the Independent Living Resource Center. They both have resources to help our residents who may be dependent on medical devices or need additional assistance in power outage. As always, recommend and encourage everyone to register for alerts and notifications from the county and our community partners via readysvc.org. And as the chief indicated, there is our excessive heat warning that is impacting largely the San Ynez Valley and Santa Maria Lompoc area, but it will also be hot in the South Coast. And so just a reminder to everyone to stay hydrated, avoid outdoor activities during that hottest time, and use our cool shady spaces. Thankfully, with the reopening, we will have more options than last summer where people can go and use some of those public venues like going to the mall, shopping centers, those types of things. So again, the excessive heat and public power shut off is potential through this evening around midnight. Thank you.
That concludes our presentation or report to the board.
Thank you, CEO Misato, Chief Hartwig, and Ms. Hubbard. Any questions from the board? Supervisor Hartman.
Just a quick one. Are we expecting high winds as well?
We do expect some winds this evening are projected. So we're prepared for that. They appear as if they will probably be in the western portion of the coast here, up towards Gaviota.
Thank you, Chief Hartwig. Any other questions? Well, again, thank you all for joining us, and stay vigilant out there. The next item is the approval of the administrative agenda. Do any board members have items that they're planning on pulling? Supervisor Hart?
Mr. Chair, item A33.
Okay. Any others? All right, so I believe the public has asked to pull A21, A26, and A36. Supervisor Hart is pulling A33, and we are trailing A67 to the end of the day. Is that right?
Yes, Chair Nelson, that is correct. And just for clarification on administrative item number 26, it is not pulled for public comment, but we do have a member of the public available for questions if the board has any questions. So that could be approved with our administrative agenda if they do not.
Okay, so I'd like to get a motion to approve items the administrative agenda with the exception of items A21, A33, A36, and A37.
67.
Sorry, A67.
Thank you.
So moved?
Second.
All right. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Before we go to public comment, I believe Supervisor Hartman had a couple things to say about item A28.
Yes, A28 is a lease purchase agreement for El Colegio property in Isla Vista, and it would house up to 50 unsheltered residents, and this was nothing less than heroic by our county staff, how quickly they moved and how thoroughly they studied this, and particularly General Services, our Community Services Department, our CEO's office, and County Council. It really was an extraordinary effort and couldn't let it go by without remarking on that.
Thank you, Supervisor Hartman. So our first item up is item A21. Madam Clerk?
Chair Nelson and members of the board, administrative item number 21 is from Community Services. It is to consider recommendations regarding the Project Room Key COVID-19 Homeless Task Force response, request to ratify execution of contract with Paradise Hotels, Inc., and professional services contract with Kingdom Causes, Inc., DBA CityNet. And we have one request to speak on this item from the public, and that is Jeffrey Schwartz.
Mr. Schwartz, when you're ready.
And unfortunately, Chair Nelson and members of the board, it appears that Jeffrey is not logged into the Zoom meeting, so perhaps we can go to the next item and return to A21.
Okay, let's go ahead and move on to Mr. Schwartz. If you're listening, please go ahead and log in and be available for public comment. We'll come back to that item in a moment. The next one up, I believe, is A33.
Yes, Chair Nelson and members of the board, administrative item number 33 is from Fire. It is to consider recommendations regarding the acceptance of a cash donation greater than $10,000 for the Fire Protection District Skorsky HH60L Firehawk / Copter 964. And I believe Supervisor Hart pulled this item.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Supervisor Hart?
Yeah, I just wanted to pull this item to highlight it and to thank Director Lee for their very generous donation of $52,350 to help us retrofit our Firehawk helicopter, which is coming online. It's going to be a significantly improved firefighting asset for the County of Santa Barbara, and Direct Relief took the initiative to host an online event for their private donors and raised this tremendous amount of money for our community and for the fire service. So we're really grateful and thankful and appreciate everything that Direct Relief does for the community.
Thank you, Supervisor Hart. Supervisor Williams.
I'll move item 33.
Second.
All right. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Next one up, I believe, is A36.
Chair Nelson and members of the board, administrative item number 36 is from General Services. It is to consider recommendations regarding Amendment 1 to the Renewable Energy Systems Contract at Santa Barbara County Betteravia Campus, Project 7001, and this is in the 5th District. And we have one request to speak from the public on this item, and that is Andy Caldwell.
Mr. Caldwell, when you're ready.
Chair Nelson, members of the board, Andy Caldwell representing CoLab. I am not being facetious here. I am incredulous and confused. I sat through one meeting with the county's One County, One Future, One Climate initiative, and there were 20 staff members. And nobody mentioned diesel power backup. And we all know that your board voted to go with 3CE Energy to try to go to 100% greenhouse gas free energy long before the state would mandate it. We know that you're spending millions to build a solar panel roof complex at Betteravia. And we know that you also have battery backup at Betteravia. At least that's part of the plan. So you have 3C Energy, rooftop solar, and a battery backup. And yet somebody figured out you needed a Caterpillar diesel generator as the fourth backup or fourth level of redundancy. Honestly, if diesel engine backups are part of your 3CE plan or One County, One Future, One Climate, that's fine with us because the private sector, they want backup too. But we'd just like you to confirm that you realize that diesel generators are going to be needed for our energy, our future energy security, reliability, redundancy, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So I've never heard Doss Williams talk about diesel generators as being necessary in the world, in the energy world he envisions. I've never heard any of you talk about that. I worked in a company that we had diesel engine backups, and the APCD made us take them out. So I literally am confused, and I really do believe, and I really sincerely ask for you to make a policy statement here, a declaration here, because it would be one thing if you had this diesel energy backup at the EOC in the South County, but I can't figure out for the life of me why the Department of Social Services needs that. Most of our power shutoffs are only for a few hours. So again, I don't understand why we need quadruple redundancy. And if we do, then let's be honest and change the logo. One county, one future, one climate, one diesel generator. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Caldwell. Ms. Hart, Supervisor Hartman, then Supervisor Williams.
Thank you. As I understand from General Services, as Mr. Caldwell noted, the generator is a backup to a backup, so it creates redundancy. The objective of this system isn't to run the generator. Ideally, it just sits there idle. However, there are scenarios where it might be necessary to use it. If we have a big fire with lots of ash that covers the solar panels, can't charge the battery, that would be an extreme scenario. Nonetheless, the solar and batteries do allow us to size the generator at only about a half the size that it would have been without the solar batteries. And when there is more distributed generation across the entire grid and more grid-tied batteries, the entire system will be more redundant, eliminating scenarios where we'd need to ever rely on a generator. And 3CE recognizes this future of a more resilient grid, and it's already devoted $25 million to uninterrupted power supply fund to help with the battery backup to the grid. So the generator is just an interim measure until we can get a more resilient grid created in our county and in the Central Coast.
Thank you, Supervisor Hartman. Supervisor Williams.
Well, I feel like Andy could have made the point with a little more grace, but I actually think it's a good thing to be questioning. This is actually a backup to a backup to a backup, right? It is the third level of redundancy, and I would at least think that, especially because the board has discussed what type of backup power before, we have tended to prefer batteries, and if it's not batteries, CNG generators. They make a good argument that they plan to run this so seldom that the additional cost of CNG might not be worth it in this case. But I guess the question that I would like to have answered when we get procurement like this, and maybe this can be going forward, is why is a third level of redundancy required in the facility? Meaning, if this includes the health clinic, then I totally get it, right? But if it doesn't, then I wonder why that third level of redundancy is necessary, because there is, even if they never ever have an outage, you need to run this for an hour every month. So in general, I think we should continue asking General Services to be, in every case, looking at very least either CNG or battery instead of a diesel generator. And in some cases, just tell us, why is that third level of redundancy required? Because most facilities do not have a backup to a backup to a backup.
Well, I'll remind the board, though, we also have our board hearing room there and our administrative services to run the county. And if there's ever an issue where we lose connectivity with Santa Barbara, that's definitely going to be an important portion of our county's emergency response. And so just adding that to that discussion.
Yeah, I'm not planning on voting no today, but I just think that should be part of the what is brought to us. I think Andy is right that moral consistency is important, and there are cases where something like this is necessary, but it should be rare, and and I would want to know if we're continuing to procure diesel generators as a matter of course.
Supervisor Hart.
Do we have somebody from General Services who can answer these questions?
Chair Nelson and members of the board, yes, we have Skip Gray available with us via Zoom.
Mr. Gray, you've heard Supervisor Williams' question. Can you provide some perspective on the necessity of this generator as a backup?
Certainly. I think one of the big factors for the Batavia campus and this generator and our decision to go with it was, Chair, as you mentioned, it's a critical facility. We have some critical server rooms there, and if we lose connectivity, a lot of our systems, social services systems, go down, and we have to keep those up and running for the public. So that's a big reason that we chose to have that third level of backup. And as far as compressed natural gas, it certainly is something we can look at in the future, but it is expensive. And as you mentioned, Supervisor Williams, we like to hope we won't run this generator very much So the cost benefit there was a real tough one for us to go with the more expensive solution.
Thank you, Mr. Gray. All right.
And I just wanted to note that I'm satisfied with that explanation, but I do think it should be always an explanation. It should be kind of like something we don't do unless there's a really good reason to do it.
All right. Supervisor Lavanino?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd just like to weigh into that. I think both sides have always said the same thing, that this is a transition. And, we didn't go out and immediately replace the entire fleet of our vehicles with electric vehicles right off the bat. This is going to be a slow transition. And I think everybody that I've heard, even from oil companies, are promoting that this country needs to move to a cleaner, more efficient fuel system and energy sources. And like I've said many times, we are going to rely on the fossil fuel industry for the foreseeable future. So this is, I think, a perfect example of that. It's doing what we need to do, relying on the existing technology that's out there right now as a backup, and moving forward. So I think this is really where I've seen a lot of these things going, and I think it's a good project.
Thank you, Supervisor Lavanino. Can I get a motion to approve this item?
So moved?
Second?
All those in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes unanimously. All right, let's go back to 821. Did we ever get our speaker?
Chair Nelson and members of the board, unfortunately, our public comment for A21 has not joined our meeting today, so that concludes public comment.
Okay, so I believe we still need a motion, though, on A21.
Correct.
Can I get a motion on item A21?
So moved?
Second.
All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
And Chair Nelson, members of the board, my apologies, but just to read that into the record again, that it was administrative item number 21 from Community Services to consider recommendations regarding the Project Room Key COVID-19 Homeless Task Force response. Thank you.
And we actually had a unanimous vote there. All right, so that concludes our administrative agenda for the public. Item A67 has been trailed to the end of the meeting to be heard with our final D item of the day. All right, now is the time for members of the public to speak on items that are not on the agenda today. Madam Clerk, are there any requests to speak on general public comment?
Chair Nelson and members of the board, we have no request to speak on general public comment.
All right. Thank you. We will now proceed to the departmental agenda. Just for agenda management purposes, we have a limited ability for the commander from Vandenberg Space Force Base with us, so we're going to go ahead and skip the COVID briefing and go right to item D2. Madam Clerk, will you please read that item into the record?
Chair Nelson and members of the board, departmental item number 2 is from the County Executive Office. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding the Vandenberg Space Force Base, also known as VSFB, Master Plan Phase 1 report.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, Ms. McGinty. Please proceed.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair Nelson and members of the board. Today we are going to have a presentation from Vandenberg Space Force Base, as well as REACH and our partnership on the Master Plan Phase 1 report. So I will start by introducing Colonel Long. Colonel Long has served in the Air Force and now the Space Force for 24 years, during which he has had a variety of assignments across space operations, launch, and acquisition career fields. He came to Vandenberg most recently following an assignment in the Pentagon, where he was a senior military assistant to the Undersecretary of Defense for Research and Engineering. So with that, I will hand it over to Colonel Long.
All right, well, good morning. Can I make sure you guys can hear me first?
Can. Colonel Long, thank you for joining us.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman Nelson and the board for letting me speak today. I'm just going to hit a couple quick topics here on a couple slides that I have. And first, Jasmine, thanks for that introduction. To kind of go a little bit further into my background, this is actually my third time at Vandenberg, now Space Force Base. If you looked across my career, this is my home base. I've been here more than I have anywhere else, so it's a special place to me and my family. And especially in the launch mission that we have here, in the range operations mission that we have here. That's where my background is. I've spent a lot of time doing that, both here at Vandenberg and on the East Coast at Cape Canaveral. So it's wonderful to be back. It's something I'm passionate about personally. And I'm looking forward to getting in. Obviously, I just took over last Friday, so I'm still a little bit new in the seat. But I'm looking forward to working with the county and Reach in general on this effort that we've got going forward. A couple things I wanted to point out this morning. We've already mentioned it a couple of times, but we are now Vandenberg Space Force Base. As you know, that was a recent change about a month ago. And that's all part of the United States Space Force standing up. And likewise, we, as part of that, we changed from the 30th Space Wing to Space Launch Delta 30. But really what that means is it's largely just name changes. We haven't really changed too much else in what we're doing and what we plan to do in the future. So if you go to the next slide real quick, please. And that's kind of what I was alluding to. Our mission has not changed. We still command the Western Range and the spaceport here at Vandenberg Space Force Base. That's not going to change anytime in the future. And in fact, we're still going to be launching satellites, testing missiles, and then operating everything from an infrastructure standpoint here at the base for many years to come. We don't see that change. In fact, we see that increasing and being more important as we continue into the future. And I'm looking forward to working with the county as a signatory on the Reach MOU. I think it's a wonderful opportunity for everybody to get together. It's one of the things I've always thought is the necessary next step in making Vandenberg even more useful, not only to the Department of Defense, but to the nation as a whole. So I'm looking forward to growing our relationship, and I will stick around to answer any questions either now or later on. Thank you.
Thank you, Colonel Long.
Great, thank you, Colonel Long. So before I introduce Mr. Hackelman with Reach, just a quick overview of what we're presenting today. It is going to be on the Vandenberg Space Force Base Master Plan Phase 1 report. Back in January, Santa Barbara County signed on the partnership to be partners in the MOU. And this part of the process was to develop Phase 1, which includes an ecosystem stakeholder and industry assessment. And with that, there's also an economic impact analysis, but I will let Andrew Hackelman give you the details of the Phase 1 report master plan project. So handing it over to Andrew Hackelman with Reach, he's going to give you a little overview of the findings in the Phase 1 master plan report.
All right, thank you very much, Jasmine, and Chair Nelson and members of the board. It's great to be back with you again today. It's been several months. But we're really excited to present what we have to submit to you today. But first, I'd like to, join the rest of the community in welcoming back Colonel Rob Long to Vandenberg Space Force Base. And despite the name changes, still tons of great professionals there that we really enjoy working with. So with that, we have a few slides to go through. And thanks, Jasmine, for setting that up. We have a couple things that we'll talk about, and I think it'll be pretty brief. But above all, I think there's a great opportunity after this presentation for anyone keenly interested to really dig into a couple of documents that are the source of this presentation, which are the impact analysis and the Space Master Plan Phase 1. So our overview for today on the next slide, we're going to go over just kind of who we are as the MOU group. I know all of you are familiar with that, but just a quick recap, just a few seconds on a slide there, and then kind of the timeline, where we've been and where we're going. And then we'll dive right into the economic impact analysis and the commercial space master plan. And then talk a little bit about some next steps, because we have some exciting things to move forward on, things that we're already doing, because we do have a great team that's assembled working steadily, and now we have some goals and objectives to focus our efforts. But do want to talk to you about that as well. So here on the next slide, we are the MOU partnership. So one of our greatest events was Santa Barbara County signing on here somewhat recently and moving forward with the master plan. And it is to create, a Central Coast space ecosystem and economic prosperity for the Central Coast region. And of course, this has wide-ranging positive impacts on the state of California and the space industry. So where have we been? On this next slide here, there's a timeline that kind of shows when the MOU started. And we produced kind of an initial vision document with our team, which included Santa Barbara County representation even at that time. And that is what kind of helped us build what is now the first iteration of the master plan. And of course, with Santa Barbara County joining in 2021 there. And we conducted an impact analysis that was completed about a month ago. And now before you is the phase 1 master plan. Two separate documents, but they're related and complementary. So moving into the impact analysis, we've talked to your board and the rest of our partners, and the last impact analysis that was conducted on the positive economic benefits of Vandenberg Space Force Base was done back when it was an Air Force base quite a long time ago, 2006, if memory serves. And so kind of getting a refresh and a new look at that was important because a lot has changed in that decade and a half. And so this impact analysis, we're really happy to report, we were able to go a step further. So of course, we did the analysis of current state impacts, but we were also able to model a couple of future state scenarios that look at likely growth of both the DoD Space Force mission and commercial space enterprise. And so we'll be able to show you both of that. And we delivered both of those products within the same impact analysis. So it's a baseline impact analysis like one might expect to see for any given type of activity that's being analyzed, but we also were able to forecast some likely growth. And we'll talk a little bit about that. So on the next slide here, this is just a cartoonish looking graphic to kind of show how impact analysis works. And I know that your board has deals with these types of analyses all the time. We were able to use a software modeling program that was a bit more sophisticated that allowed for that future look that didn't just do inputs and outputs, but it incorporated some econometric tools and regression analysis that allowed for kind of a long-term overtime look at what would be happening within the region relative to the activities that are currently going on and that might go on at Vandenberg Space Force Base. So the next slide here shows the current state. And this is, we all know that Vandenberg Space Force Base has a tremendous impact on our community. Members of our community live and work around the base and have done so for decades. So it's no surprise that there are a lot of jobs and a lot of economic output. So direct, indirect, and induced impacts for employment at Vandenberg, you can see there in the county of Santa Barbara is just about 13,500 jobs, with 4,000 being the direct jobs that are employed directly on the base, and about 4.7 billion in impact. And we wanted to model for the entire state as well, because it's important, because the state is a key partner in the activities that we have going on. So you can see that the state impacts are also very significant, and these are cumulative impacts. So over 18,000 jobs statewide generated by Vandenberg activities, and $6.3 billion. So the future look that we have on the next slide, and again, these are likely growth scenarios. So in this future state on the next slide, you can see that there is a significant increase, although the already significant numbers don't probably give it the same kick that it might if it was only a few thousand jobs being produced in the first place. But we see that there's a likely increase of a couple thousand good-paying jobs on the Central Coast for a couple of key growth activities that will be going on. So one of them is the ground-based strategic deterrent. So a lot of Northrop Grumman jobs will be coming in with that activity. But there are also private sector space companies that will be growing. And we'll talk a little bit about those, but they include, so for example, Relativity that had a recent announcement, but they don't include things that we think are likely to occur in the coming years, like Blue Origin, when it finally wins a launch service provider contract with the US government. It also doesn't include the possibility for the Space Force Training Command to be located at Vandenberg. And that is something that Congressman Salud Carbajal, along with both of our senators, Padilla and Feinstein, have been advocating for, along with a group of local community leaders, including Santa Barbara, other elected officials, and of course, REACH. And so based on this forecast, we can see a significant increase in jobs just in those likely scenarios. And we are optimistic that there can be significantly more. So with this in mind, I'd like to transition into talking about the Space Master Plan deliverable that we have produced as a team. And this has been a lot of effort over a relatively short period of time. And on this slide, you can see that we are focused on, the deliverable for goals and objectives that will help us move into implementation and action and seeing growth. So on the next slide here, over the past 6 months, our MOU partners, of course, including Santa Barbara County, we've worked together to create this plan. We sought lots of feedback and guidance from many stakeholders in the private sector, education, government, and the community. And the result is a plan to build a thriving space enterprise on the Central Coast of California. And we'll take the next couple of minutes to just kind of explore some of the contents at a high level. The plan establishes where we're at with respect to our assets, the community, and the market. And it articulates what we believe is a clear vision for the future that we're wanting to achieve, and the goals and objectives that will help us get there and achieve that future state. But just setting the stage for this, the space industry, it's currently a $4 billion global enterprise. And it's forecasted to grow tremendously just in this next decade to about $1 trillion. So combined with who we are as a community and the group of leaders that we have assembled with the MOU, and by the way, that group should grow as well, appropriate to the different goals and objectives that we're going to be seeking to implement. The Western Range is in our backyard, just as you heard Colonel Long talk about. And it's the perfect place in the United States and frankly, the world to innovate, create prosperity for residents on the Central Coast, and an industry that represents the future. And we'll talk a little bit more about that. The next couple of slides I'm going to go through pretty quickly. So the next slide just reinforces here that that this is a large and growing industry, and this is focused here on just space launch. And as you would expect, we're seeing kind of as a leading indicator here, lots of investment going into space launch. And that is happening, and the Central Coast of California is included in that investment. The next slide is focused on space companies, space technology companies, and shows additional investment that's occurring. And as we'd expect from a strong and growing launch market, the space technology companies are seeing massive investment as well. So satellites, space domain awareness, space traffic management, et cetera. And these are companies on the cutting edge of innovation, solving real problems and creating real value, not just for the things you think about like communications, but collecting data that's essential for climate science and monitoring. And there's no better state, frankly, for this type of investment to continue and for California to lead. And it's our region on the Central Coast that provides that anchor and tremendous opportunity for that growth. The next slide here, we start to talk about the assets that we have, and of course we mentioned the Western Range, it is a really key geographic asset that will enable the growth of this industry here on the Central Coast. Vandenberg is over 100,000 acres. It has the potential for a mission development zone that we'll talk about that could be done in concert with the local community. One of the largest runways in the world that was created for the space shuttle that has potential for horizontal space launch applications, and a number of both operational and potentially future operational sites for launch that provide opportunity to expand capacity that we know based on forecasts will be very much needed. And the key thing to remember here is that Vandenberg is the world's premier site for polar orbit launch. And that launch is forecasted to increase significantly over the coming years. This next slide I'm really excited to talk about because it focuses on some of where some of these things could occur. And Vandenberg and leaders of Space Force are focused on partnering in a strategic way with commercial enterprise and expanding the opportunity for launch complexes, commercial zone development that includes light industrial, potentially office space, et cetera. The base is looking to move its fence potentially in the future to allow for this type of expansion. And this can be done in a complementary way with activities, commercial activities increasing and taking root in our local community, both in Lompoc, the unincorporated area of Santa Barbara County, and in Santa Maria. So the takeaway here, though, is that the Space Force and Space Launch Delta 30 are eager to collaborate with the community as it expands an already significant partnership with the private sector. And there is a need for this. So it's not being done just because it's interesting, but there's a demand for this. There's a national security demand, but there's also a commercial demand. The next slide here, we're going to transition into talking about why we're such a great place for this type of activity and focusing on kind of who we are, our unique identity as on the Central Coast in Santa Barbara County. So we know all of these things are true, and it's something that we need to work to strengthen our brand around what we want to represent to the United States and the world when it comes to our place in the space industry and attracting the right types of talent, retaining the right types of talent. And it's our strong sense of stewardship for the environment. This is a world-class place to work and live because we have all of these open spaces and opportunities for recreation. And we have a legacy and current strong agricultural community. And we have lots of innovation. We have premier universities, UC Santa Barbara, some amazing community colleges. And we have the ability to both retain and produce many more for the space industry, STEM field jobs in engineering, software, but also many, many other things, including marketing and manufacturing and construction to create the infrastructure that will be necessary to do these things. So combined with who we are, the Western Range is in our backyard here on the Central Coast. So it is the perfect place in the United States and the world to innovate and create prosperity for residents in an industry that really does represent our future. In addition, the many high-tech jobs that will provide for the Central Coast and California residents, the space industry provides the key tools that are essential for climate science data collection and monitoring, as well as connectivity to the world's most underserved, underprivileged areas as well. So it truly is a democratizer as well of many different things that are important for our world. On the next slide here, you can see that in terms of our current ecosystem of businesses, there are many businesses that are associated and support the industry. But in terms of launch providers, just in the past decade, there have been many more launch provider activities on Vandenberg Space Force Base, and of course here on the Central Coast. And that number is expected to increase over the coming years. But there are also companies that are popping up and companies who have been here for many years already here on the Central Coast and in Santa Barbara County. And so this is just a snapshot to show you that our local ecosystem exists already. and it's a strong foundation upon which to build and grow commercial space on the Central Coast. The next slide kind of started where, the need for a master plan, which we're going to kind of dive immediately into the vision and the goals here just in a second, having already gone over kind of what the market's doing, the assets that we have, and of course the business ecosystem. But priming us for the need for this master plan in the first place is competition. So the other space ports in the United States all have one thing in common. In some ways, many of these spaceports are more successful commercially at this moment in time, but that's going to change. So the thing that they have in common is that they have a master plan that creates a vision that unites key leaders at the state, local, and federal levels, as well as communities, around a vision for where they want to go with the space industry. And that's what set us out on this path in the first place. And so we've created the plan to take the next steps towards implementation for moving this industry forward on the Central Coast in a way that's accelerated and that will have a lot of traction that we haven't seen in the past. And the reason we haven't seen in the past is because the opportunity for investment and adoption and alignment of leadership just hadn't aligned perfectly in the way that it needed to, like it has today. So the vision for our master plan on the next slide, this can be condensed without me reading this to you word for word, but it essentially comes down to, we want to increase the space activities on the Central Coast. And we wanted to do that because we want to be part of the future and part of innovation. But we also want prosperity for Central Coast residents in future high-tech industries. And so we have some outcomes that we're looking for. We have 3 goals that we're focused on, and we have objectives and some initiatives associated with each that we won't have time to dive really deeply into. But we want to increase space activity on the Central Coast. We want to attract talent and retain talent. And we want to have a reputation as a space industry technology innovation hub. So on the next slide here, our first goal is to attract space industry activities on the Central Coast. And we've done a lot of analysis and research to determine how we need to go about achieving this goal. And so a concierge entity design is one of the things that we want to focus on. And as we do this, we think that there's a lot of opportunity for ownership of these objectives within our MOU partnership. So, for example, one could imagine that these types of objectives, like establishing such an entity, could be owned by GOBIZ, the Governor's Office of Business and Economic Development, and then kind of the regulatory and business environment objective. That's something we're already making progress on, and GOBIZ has already taken the lead in helping support not only the state, but here on the Central Coast as well. I don't know if you're aware, but about a month ago, there was an announcement that the Cal Competes tax credit recently awarded the largest ever $30 million tax credit to Relativity Space. They're a Long Beach-based company, but they have a presence on the Central Coast that is expected to grow. So of the 900 jobs that this tax credit is part of creating, dozens of these jobs will end up on the Central Coast. According to Relativity spokespersons, it will be 50 to 150 jobs, which, by the way, is more than we forecasted in the impact analysis. And so we're thankful for the attention and the focus on this industry that has benefit for the Central Coast, that the state has this powerful tool for incentivizing activity in the space industry and here on the Central Coast. And skipping to the next slide now, I want to focus on goal number 2, just to kind of give a flavor for what we're focusing on here, to create the capacity that's needed to help attract companies and to help us prepare for the future that the vision that we've created. We need to create capacity, and that's infrastructure on the base itself. So the range, additional launch sites, things like gaseous nitrogen production, reliable power, but it also includes our community as well. So lots of things associated with commercial zones for companies to have office space for their workers, et cetera. And we also have, a lot of opportunity to invest in kind of our local areas to kind of reduce emissions, greenhouse gases, and providing for transportation for workers as we see this industry growing. The final slide here. Oh, and I wanted to highlight one thing here as well on the second goal, and that's that we already have this alignment of leadership and some initial focus on certain infrastructure items that Congressman Salud Carbajal has been instrumental in taking our local voice to the House Armed Services Committee, on which he serves, and advocating for our needs here on the Central Coast and at Vandenberg Space Force Base. And he's been key to bringing millions of dollars, actual dollars, over the past couple of years via the National Defense Authorization Act to Vandenberg Space Force Base. And we envision that will increase over the coming years as we pursue the goals to modernize and invest in infrastructure. The final goal is last but certainly not least, and it's strengthening our identity on the Central Coast, our space identity. And it's about who we are. And I focused a little bit about that on a slide a few minutes ago. But we have to kind of establish our brand because we're not Space Florida. The Central Coast of California is much different. We're very diverse in terms of our eclectic kind of mix of opportunities for recreation, the outdoors, our focus on the environment, and our open spaces. And that complements well the space industry because a range is frankly a lot about open spaces. And we have an opportunity here to pursue many goals that include advocating for green infrastructure investment, lots of dollars coming from the federal government to support that type of investment, and planning for our community's future. We already know that the state of California has a tremendous need for more housing, and this is something that is no different for the space industry. So we have lots of work to do, but also lots of opportunity to plan for our community's future. And we also have a lot of opportunity, have already partnered with our Workforce Development Board, and that's going to be a key to ensuring that our residents have the opportunity and access to reskilling, upskilling, and education that's needed to qualify for the types of jobs that the diverse types of jobs that the space industry brings. So with time being a factor here, I want to just skip to next steps here on the next slide. So we're really focused on what comes next here. What this plan does is it takes an already aligned group of leaders and it highlights the goals and objectives that we're looking to achieve. And so that is going to be what we're focused on. So we're going to keep doing what we're doing to a certain extent, but we're going to take the next several weeks to focus and prioritize our resources on which objectives within these goals we want to pursue most aggressively. And Reach will continue to advocate for plan outcomes as a community support organization for Vandenberg Space Force Base. So that is a role that Reach has associated with the Governor's Military Council. So thinking about things like increasing missions at Vandenberg Space Force Base, like the training command. And then we're set here over the coming year and next year to really accelerate that branding and marketing and attraction of the space companies here on the Central Coast. And so in prioritizing this, we envision that various MOU partners will take the lead or supporting roles as appropriate. I mentioned kind of a vignette about how GoBiz may play a role or continue to play a role as they have. And that will likely be something that the County of Santa Barbara, Reach, and others, and will also take leading and supporting roles. But we also envision expanding our existing project team to include other appropriate team members like the Workforce Development Board, higher education, and others to help us implement along the goals and objectives that we've just gone over today. So with that, I know I went just a couple minutes over, but hopefully there's time for some questions. Back to you, Jasmine.
Thank you, Andrew, and thank you, Colonel Long. I'm not sure if he's still on the call. At this time, Chair Nelson and members of the board, do you guys have any questions for us?
I believe we do. Supervisor Hart?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I appreciate the really comprehensive report. Thank you, Andrew, for doing a great job. One thing that strikes me as an open question is the slide that talked about comprehensive marketing and branding. I wonder, has thought been given to branding and focusing this space, commercial space effort with a focus on Santa Barbara County as opposed to the Central Coast? I understand, REACH is representing both San Luis Obispo County and Santa Barbara County, and I understand the value of the regional collaboration on economic development, and don't want to undervalue that. But I wonder, if we're doing national marketing, this term Central Coast applies to lots of places around the country, and I'm not sure it immediately locates this facility where it is. And I think the Santa Barbara County brand is a global brand. You ask people anywhere in the world, and they know where Santa Barbara County is intuitively. And I just wonder if that has been an active discussion in this effort to understand the benefits and drawbacks of branding this effort on the Central Coast versus Santa Barbara County. And I'm interested in what Andrew and even Colonel Long think about that.
Thanks so much for that question, Supervisor Hart. So we haven't had any detailed discussions about this yet. It has emerged through research of the industry and in discussion with our stakeholders. And actually, some of the insight received from Supervisor Hartman related to kind of some of the focus areas and identity and culture for Santa Barbara County. Agree that Central Coast can be, even in California, a bit of an ambiguous term. So we would certainly be working with the County of Santa Barbara as our partner to determine the best way to effectively market. And so it may well be that focusing on the county instead of the more ambiguous region would be the appropriate thing to do.
Well, thank you for that. I appreciate that you're looking at it seriously and asking the right questions, because I think it is a key decision point going forward when you're going to develop marketing and branding approach.
Thank you, Supervisor Hart. Supervisor Hartman?
Yes, thank you, Andrew, for that wonderful presentation. I wonder if you would talk a little bit more about the ecosystem. When you had the forum recently in Umbra and Relativity and others were on the panel, they described the kinds of activities they're involved in, the kinds of jobs that might come to Santa Barbara County. A lot of the manufacturing and the work is done in LA, but there's a tremendous opportunity for a range of jobs here in Santa Barbara County. So I wonder if you could elaborate on that a bit.
Certainly. Yeah. Thank you very much for your question, Supervisor Hartman. Yeah, absolutely. The interesting thing here is first to recognize, as I know you have, that the space industry isn't about rocket scientists necessarily, although there are rocket scientists in the space industry. It's a very diverse high-tech industry that includes every manner of job and role that you would think of in the STEM fields. But it includes things that might not be quite as apparent just to the casual observer, like climate science is a key part of space technology companies now. So for example, Umbra, they're a Santa Barbara-based company. They with Santa Barbara natives that produce synthetic aperture radars that have a multitude of applications, but one of them will be important for data collection that's related to climate science. So that's one example. Other things include, fields that are you would see in any type of business, like marketing, sales, and those types of things. But there are also academic and research type of activities that we might see take place, as well as venture capital. So on the finance side of things, being local here to Santa Barbara is important. There's actually a spinoff company that's focusing its efforts on the Central Coast. They're called Embedded Ventures. It's a spinoff that was created by Jordan Noon, who is the co-founder of Relativity. So he's started his own startup fund for space companies. And so that's another type of job and activity that you'd see related to this industry. But there's also labor jobs as well. So our local workforce, our local union workforce has opportunities when it comes to construction projects that are part of investment in green infrastructure for transportation, for housing, for energy, all of those things that take place. And as we take advantage of planning and opportunity for developing our communities in the way that we want to support the increase in jobs. So it really runs the full range of what you would think of in high technology, but also to the construction and infrastructure side of things as well.
Thank you, Mr. Hackelman. Supervisor Hartman?
Oh, I just wanted to add, when we actually had a tour of material science labs with REACH at UCSB, and one of the surprising things I learned was we don't have enough lab technicians, and you just need an AA degree for that, and it's a really good job, but we don't have enough. Or what I learned in the forum REACH had about a week ago, a lot of these smaller companies are doing 3D printing of parts, so you don't need a big manufacturing facility. It's very targeted and focused. And Hancock College has 3D printing. We have a lot of the nuts and bolts, so to speak, to support this industry here in Santa Barbara County. So I think there's great promise, and I'm really grateful to REACH for helping us get our arms around this.
Thank you, Supervisor Hartman. Other questions from the board? Andrew, I got a couple questions for you. I noticed a slide about the commercial space assets and the different locations that you had. You know, that assets might be located at. Can you bring that up for a second? So I remember previous discussions, there was going to be maybe a focus on South Base. Has it evolved to a little bit more of the mid-base region? Is that what I'm seeing here?
Chair Nelson, I appreciate that question. It has, and that's due to engineering and analysis that the Space Force has done. I'd like to defer to Colonel Long on this. This information was provided by Space Launch Delta 30, and it represents the current kind of charrette or thinking on where potential commercial development and activities related to space might be. But you're correct, that is north of Ocean Boulevard there. And it includes, you know, the size of areas that are indicated on that map there. But this would not be imagined to be something that would be in competition with the local community either. So this would be something that, as partners on the MOU, that we would work closely together as we determine how to effectively plan for and accommodate the type of growth that we agree to work to achieve.
All right, was Colonel Long on to answer that question, or maybe we need some follow-up afterwards?
He actually had to leave the call
Okay.
for another meeting, so we can follow up with that.
Yeah, we will do that. All right, well, thank you for the presentation. I know that, you know, it's something that my office has been tracking very carefully along with Supervisor Hartman and I think the entire board. We appreciate REACH's efforts. I know my discussions with our office, with potential businesses that would like to use Vandenberg Space Force Base, I keep the drumbeat going that, I want to be more than just a launch facility. We want to have the jobs here as well. We just don't want people to be driving through to shoot off their rockets, but to really be building and investing in our community. Despite our housing prices seeming to be high, they're still significantly less than areas like LA and Orange County. And I think it's a great opportunity to revitalize the Lompoc Valley and the county as a whole and the Central Coast. So We're excited about the opportunities, and we, again, Reach, we thank you for taking the lead on developing this master plan. All right, I don't believe we have any public comment on this item, Madam Clerk, is that correct?
Chair Nelson and members of the board, that is correct. We have no requests to speak on this item.
All right, so back to the board. Any further discussions or a motion? Supervisor Hartman?
I would move staff recommendation A through C.
Second.
All right. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Motion passes unanimously. All right, thank you, Mr. Hackelman, and we look forward to seeing you again soon.
Thank you, Chair and members of the board. Appreciate it.
All right, so we're going to circle back to departmental item number 1, and that's our COVID update. Madam Clerk?
Chair Nelson and members of the board, departmental item number 1 is from the County Executive Office. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding an update on the coronavirus disease 2019, COVID-19.
Good morning, Chair Nelson and members of the board. May I have my slides? Today is a day that we have been waiting for such a long time. It's been 453 days since Governor Gavin Newsom issued California's first stay-at-home order. June 15th marks the beginning of our journey towards full recovery from COVID-19 pandemic. Next. Today's briefing includes an update on the blueprint metrics, beyond the blueprint, and will conclude with our vaccination efforts. Next. So this is the last blueprint tier status that your board will see. Our adjusted case rate today stands at 1.1. Our new cases per day unadjusted was logged in at 1.2. Our testing positivity rate is 0.8, and the testing positivity rate in our health equity metrics stands at 1.2. So again, this is the last run of data from the state for us to view. Next. So now I'm transitioning to the beyond the blueprint. What will California and Santa Barbara look like after today? Next. Essentially, all sectors will be returning to usual operations without limits on capacity and physical distancing. The color-coded tier system that I just showed you for counties has been retired. Masking is still required in many situations and settings. The new health officer order from the state went into effect this morning, and it does allow vaccinated people to go without face covering in most situations, which aligns with guidance from the CDC. However, as I will go into detail, there are situations and settings where masking will still be required. Next. So for fully vaccinated individuals, masks are not required in most settings, except where required for everyone or all people. Unvaccinated or partially vaccinated individuals, masks are required indoors, public settings, and in businesses. There's a caveat. No person can be prevented from wearing a mask as a condition of participation in an activity or entry. So this third point really is to reassure or create a space for those who are still comfortable with wearing a mask, that you can wear a mask if you so choose. A fourth point, businesses and venues and hosts may choose to use self-attestation compliance and method to determine compliance, or implement vaccine verification, or require all patrons to wear masks. And we have listed the FAQs that the state issued last night, as well as the document detailing Beyond the Blueprint on our website at publichealthsbc.org, or at there is a link as well to cdph.ca.gov. Next. So what are the exceptions for everyone? So all people are both, so that includes both vaccinated and unvaccinated people must wear masks in the following settings during use of public transit. So for example, if an individual is traveling using planes, ships, ferries, trains, subways, buses, taxis, ride shares, they have to wear a mask. Using in the workplace as well, masks must continue to be worn on the job, and Cal OSHA will be reviewing its masking guidance for employers and workers on June 17th. Governor Newsom announced yesterday that he plans to issue executive order that would allow fully vaccinated workers to go maskless following the expected Thursday vote from Cal OSHA. So without his executive action, the rules would have waited until the end of the month to take effect. So masking will still be required indoors, K through 12 schools, childcare facilities, and other youth settings. It will still be required in healthcare settings, at homeless shelters, emergency shelters, and cooling centers. It will still be required in correctional facilities and detention centers. And it will still be required in businesses that choose to require masks for all customers. Next. So I wanted to share a little bit more detail about guidance for businesses and boards and commissions. So in settings where masks are required only for unvaccinated individuals, businesses, venue operators, or hosts may choose to provide information to all customers, guests, and attendees regarding vaccination requirements, and allow vaccinated individuals to self-attest that they are in compliance prior to entry, or require proof of vaccination, or require that all patrons wear masks. Businesses, boards, and commissions may deem a customer, guest, or attendee to have self-attested to being vaccinated or to have met and approved masking exemptions if the business has prominently displayed signage prior to entry explaining the requirements for unvaccinated individuals to wear a mask, and the individual enters the business premises without wearing a mask. And again, the detailed frequently asked questions for face covering can be found at our website, publichealthsbc.org, or via search on cdph.ca.gov. Next. June 15th does come with some guidance around mega events. So the state defines mega events as ones that can have more than 5,000 people indoors or larger than 10,000 people outdoors. So these events are considered high risks for COVID transmission because of the extensive periods of time spent close proximity to a large group of people. Attendees usually include participants from multiple states and countries who may be infected with more infectious COVID variants, and that effective contact tracing is difficult due to the nature of these events. Next. So indoor events defined as conventions, conferences, or expos, sporting events, and concerts will require verification of fully vaccinated status or pre-entry negative tests for all attendees, and face coverings are required regardless of vaccination status for the reasons that I just shared. Outdoor events, including music or food festivals, car shows, parades, sporting events, and concerts. And again, these are events with more than 10,000 people. Verification of fully vaccinated status or pre-entry negative status for all attendees is strongly recommended. Face coverings are required regardless of vaccination status, and the venues are required to have masks available for all attendees. We know that it is unlikely for mega events to occur in our county, but we are sharing the guidance, knowing that many of our community members will participate in mega events outside of Santa Barbara County. So we want to encourage everyone to take precautions. These guidances for mega events will be effective today through October 1st. Next. So before I update your board on our vaccination efforts, I just want to remind everyone the benefits of being fully vaccinated. Fully vaccinated individuals can spend time with other fully vaccinated people without wearing masks or physical distancing, including indoors. They can spend time with unvaccinated people from a single household who are at low risk of severe COVID disease without masks or physical distancing. They are not required to wear masks outdoors or indoors in most settings. They can travel safely within the US and California and are not required to quarantine and test following a known exposure if asymptomatic. Testing is still recommended if an individual is experiencing COVID-19 symptoms. Next. Where we are at as a county with regards to vaccination rates. 65% of our eligible Santa Barbara County individuals have received at least one dose. Of that, 56% are fully vaccinated. Going to the bar graph on your right, that this is the graph that describes proportions of vaccinations by age groups. And as you can see, the highest proportions in the age groups are the ones from 50 to 75. And we are now focusing on really increasing efforts and vaccination rates among the 12 through 49-year-olds. Next. So this is June 15th does mark the beginning of our recovery journey. And I want to share with your board that the Public Health Department will continue our COVID-19 response efforts. We will maintain our infrastructure to safeguard and to be vigilant on disease transmission. We will also maintain our infrastructure and capacity for disease mitigation. And what that means is that we will maintain infrastructure to be able to do testing, to do contact tracing, isolation and quarantine, as well as vaccination. We will continue to build alliances and efforts with our community partnerships to do vaccinations, as well as to do outreach and education. Next. And I'd like to show your board the next few slides depict examples of the outreach and education our comms team is pushing out to the community via social media and other means. This is an example of what California reopening on June 15th means. Next. This is, it describes and clarifies what mega events are. Next. The same thing. Next. Encouraging and defining community members on attendance at festivals and what is going to be required. Next. And again, reminding that the pandemic is not over, that we will continue most likely to see cases, but really giving hope and reassurance about what can happen. Next. 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 And that ends my update for this week.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Del Reynoso. Questions from the board? Supervisor Williams?
Do you or Dr. Ansorg, or in your conversations with CDPH, have any predictions about what the mask rules will be for public schools into the fall? This is definitely the question that I'm getting most often from folks. I understand that the current status is no masking outside, but masking inside the classroom. Do you have a sense of that? And are they at all looking at difference between high schools and elementary schools?
Supervisor Williams, through the chair, I can start, and Dr. Answer can finish. There has been a lot of conversation at CDPH in looking at what happens with the masking guidance for K through 12 indoors come fall. It is still in discussion, and CDPH has advised us that they are also wanting to be in alignment with CDC. And so at the federal level, there are conversations as well. And we, as a state, are awaiting further guidance from CDC.
Yeah, I have maybe just a little more information to add to Dr. Del Reynoso's explanations. That is in California, the state has created school specialists, new positions. We will have one school nurse for the North County, one school nurse for the South County, and a health educator. And they will be 100% dedicated to school concerns, school questions with school nurses and the school superintendents and so forth, and we are very grateful. We do recognize how important and critical it is to keep the schools as safe as possible. And that's why there is so much discussion going on between the education office and CDPH at the state level, but as Dr. Del Reynoso alluded to, is also with the federal at the federal level. And we are actually awaiting a very comprehensive guide for the new school year. We are also hoping for release of the vaccine to be available for children aged 2 years and older. And that is expected to be ready this fall. Nobody knows for sure whether that's October or September, but that would change the landscape, obviously, for the schools. And so there is still a lot in discussion, and the final guidance has not been come forward.
All right. Other questions? Keeping with that, I've got a few questions along the school route. So the CDC still recommends masks for vaccinated students as of right now?
Chair Nelson, that is correct for indoors.
Okay, thank you. All right. And then I had a question about one of the slides there. You had on there that a business can implement a vaccine verification. Can you describe that a little bit more for me?
Sure. So the state is leaving it up to businesses to essentially come up with their own system for asking customers about their vaccination status.
So that means asking them to show their card. Is that what you're imagining?
Yes. So
okay.
it could be show me your card, or it could be, are you vaccinated? So there is a wide bandwidth for locals, for businesses to make that determination.
Okay. And then another, something I didn't see mentioned, but as of yesterday, we had no new cases. Is that correct?
Yesterday, we had 0 cases. That is correct. And so we can't remember a time where we had 0 cases other than before our first case, which was on March 15th, 2020.
Right, so I think that's something to celebrate and to bring
Yes.
attention to. Interesting, it comes right here at the end. All right.
We hope that this trend will remain at 0 for at least 2 incubation periods, and then we can really celebrate.
All right, thank you. I have another question or two, but I want to make sure that we go out to public comment. Madam Clerk, do we have any public comment on this item?
Yes, Chair Nelson and members of the board, we do have one request to, two requests to speak on this item with one available via Zoom now.
Please proceed.
And we will go to Andy Caldwell. And if you are a member of the public and you have signed up to provide public comment on departmental item number 1 or COVID update, please log in now.
Chair Nelson, Andy Caldwell, I have to apologize. I wanted to speak on the issue of the report on people jailed, the people of color being jailed. So I don't have a comment on this. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Caldwell.
Chair Nelson and members of the board, that concludes public comment on this item.
I do see in the Ms. Smith available.
Yes, my apologies. Chair Nelson and members of the board, we do have one additional, Amy Smith, who will be our final speaker.
Thank you.
Can you hear me?
We can.
You can?
Yes, we can. Please proceed.
Thank you. Sorry. My name is Dr. Amy Smith. I have a PhD in material science from MIT and a BS and MS from Caltech, and I've worked under a statistician in the quality control department at a solar cell manufacturing facility in Camarillo. So as I approach this as someone who's very concerned about data, science, and facts. And I'm very concerned that these policies are being brought out to coerce people into an untested, brand new technology vaccine that we do not have even the short-term data for, let alone the long-term data. And the fact that measures are being proposed that would require, the state is requiring people who own businesses to either make everybody continue to mask when masks have not been licensed, have not been shown to actually work, fabric masks, and businesses get to either require that or invade the privacy of people who would like to enter their public business. And so invading the privacy will either use some kind of electronic verification system that's coming that will be to help big data be able to track people, which is, I'm sure, very appreciated by the friends at Google and Facebook and all those who like to know everything about everyone and make their computers smarter. But it is not for the citizens, and it is not for the health, because it is not shown that the contact tracing works. It is not shown that the vaccine actually prevents transmission. It was not declared that that it was effective in that way. The CDC itself profits from vaccine sales and is not a neutral arbiter of the science around vaccines. And it's very troubling that at the end of this presentation, the goal is 100% vaccination or full vaccination. Why isn't the goal that the health is protected and back into balance with the normal risks that people take with flus, with other kinds of illnesses, by quarantining the sick and protecting the vulnerable and letting the healthy who have not been shown to be spreading. There was a 10 million person study in China that showed that there was not asymptomatic spread. So all of this shutting down, all of this masking, all of this testing, since late March, it's not clear at all that this was necessary and worth it. And certainly all of the harms to the businesses, the harms to kids psychologically, shutting down programs in schools, forcing masks, Who knows what that's doing to our kids' brains? My children exercise in masks daily. That is very disturbing. And, on what has these huge changes to our society been based? Where is the proof? Everybody goes to somebody else.
Thank you,
County
Dr.
goes
Smith.
to OSHA goes to the state goes to the CDC. Well, the CDC profits from this
Thank you,
vaccine
Dr. Smith.
product,
That's your time.
and they have been discouraging the use of treatments which have.
All right.
Chair Nelson and members of the board, that concludes public comment.
All right. All right. Supervisor Hart.
Yeah, I think it's really important to correct the record when people say things that are blatantly false and untrue. And, in a democracy, people have the right to say what they want to say and think what they want to think. But it is important for, particularly in regards to public health, for the professional experts to weigh in when members of the public make unsubstantiated, untrue claims. It's one thing to spread those kind of things on the internet anonymously. This is what feeds the conspiracy theories that make it very difficult for us to do the simple things we need to do to keep people safe. It's another thing to do it in a public meeting, with somebody identifying themselves. So I normally wouldn't engage like this, but I think it's really important to have the correct facts known to the public. So perhaps Dr. Del Reynoso can begin to pull apart some of those wilder claims by the public commenter and state the facts.
Thank you. I'm happy to. I want to start with a story. I recall March 2020, of being intimately involved in an outbreak situation. And it was through testing, through contact tracing, through isolation and quarantine that we were able to protect the outbreak from spreading beyond the initial 12, 15 people. So it has been proven. There are countless peer reports, peer projects, papers that have unequivocally affirmed that testing, contact tracing, isolation, and quarantine are core public health practice that does contain disease in many different outbreaks, and certainly with COVID-19. We have incredible information on vaccinations. We have incredible reports on the effectiveness of masking in preventing disease spread. So I am more than happy to post that information on our website, but our website contains incredible wealth of information that can reassure the public that what we are doing is following science. And because we follow science, and because our state is following science, that we are seeing a great traction in decrease of cases, decrease of hospitalization, and decrease of deaths. And I'd like to see if Dr. Ansor would like to say a few words as well.
Yes, I would. Thank you, Chair Nelson and members of the board. I really feel strongly that I have to say something to this public comment. I respect, ma'am, I respect your training at MIT and statistics, but I would really like to stress the fact that your training does not include epidemiology, which is not just statistics. That is a very unique science, and it's essential for public health. I want to make abundantly clear that at least 50% of, or likely more, of all asymptomatic, 50% of all spread of this COVID virus is caused by completely asymptomatic people who are infected and do not know that they spread the virus. The highest viral loads, and that is confirmed on multiple tests, are in the 48 hours prior to symptom onset. That means somebody who carries the COVID virus and is potentially a super spreader could attend an event, and if unmasked, will spread the virus unknowingly because they feel fine, they look fine, they are not sick, or they're not yet sick, but they spread the virus at the highest rate. So that is really important, and that is the underlying rationale for us we are appointed to keep the public safe from communicable diseases, and we have to make uncomfortable and sometimes very hard decisions, and to limit the the freedom of the people. And one of those is mask wearing and social distancing. It's been shown to be the most powerful tool we have to mitigate an epidemic like that with a very, very contagious and aggressive virus. So I'm sorry, but the comments you made are really not founded in any science, and the facts are really on our side. In addition, I want to stress the fact that if a business opts to let their customers verify their vaccination status by showing their card, it does by no means that this business is collecting any personal information and keeping it. In addition, no business is required to do so. They may as well just put up signage and explaining that any customer or patron who enters the premises unmasked, therefore declares and self-attests to their vaccination status. Meaning if they don't show up with a mask, they attest that they are fully vaccinated, and vice versa. If they wear a mask, they feel either more comfortable with a mask or they are not vaccinated. So there is nothing with privacy issues here. There's no electronic record to be kept by anybody. And so those were the most important ones. And also to bring up this issue that children have to exercise masks, that's no longer true. Outdoors, children, whether vaccinated or not, do not need to wear masks. So I would very much like to set the record straight, because it's really the role of our department to keep the population as healthy as possible. And I understand that some people may have misgivings about that, and I do understand that it's sometimes a very tough position to be in to make these kind of wide-ranging decisions. But I think the safety for all is really important. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Anzorg. Supervisor Hart?
That was it. Just want to thank Dr. Anzorg and Dr. Dovernoso for setting the record straight.
Yeah. Well, I think some things that Ms. Smith or Dr. Smith said are incorrect and have been shown to be incorrect. I do think that there's an underlying frustration out there that many people are experiencing. Something that Dr. Dovernoso said is that we're operating under science. California's operating under science. That's not always been true. I mean, there is a borderline here of policy and science, and they do collide. If we were following science, we would have removed the mask mandate 3 weeks ago. That was CDC's guidelines. We know that to be something that science now supports, but our county, our state, as we talked about, has exercised their authority, which goes beyond science. So it's not always clear cut that we're making this on a black and white science level. The vaccine is still is for emergency use, if I understand that to be correct, or else we could mandate as employers and as schools to have people have vaccines, that choose not to. I guess maybe that's a question for county council.
Chair and supervisors, that's correct. Currently, there are only emergency use authorization vaccines.
And that's something that the federal government could waive if they chose to. Is that correct?
Chair and supervisors, that's correct really only as to the military, and the normal process for going from an emergency use authorization to a standard FDA approval has a time component attached to it. and there is no waiver provision for the general public on that. And that's why our recommendations for the county workforce have been, as they are, is to not mandate vaccination until we have something beyond an EUA, emergency use authorization vaccine.
Right, and despite that only being specific to the military, the federal government has not chose to make that mandatory for the military. Is that correct?
That's correct, and that actual waiver under Title 21 is done by the president and has not occurred in this case.
All right, thank you. And I just want to put that out there, not to discourage anybody from getting the vaccine, because that's not what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to make people understand that people are making a choice. You know, at this point, if you want a vaccine, you can get a vaccine. And I think we need to be careful about second guessing and beating people up over personal choices that they make. You know, at some point here, I guess this is a question for public health, is what is our public health obligation for those who've chosen not to get vaccinated?
Chair Nelson, I can take a stab at that. I'm not sure how to answer that question, but our obligation is to provide as much outreach and education as possible so that misinformation can be dispelled, misunderstanding can be dispelled, and that the facts around vaccinations are understood. Our job is to remove those barriers, and our job is to ensure that community members have the information and when they are ready to make that decision, that the vaccine opportunity is there. It's convenient, it's safe, it's comfortable, and that is what we have been doing for the last few months.
Okay, so anybody in our county who wants to be vaccinated and be protected from the COVID-19 virus has that ability to do that, correct?
That is correct.
So at this point, many of these mitigation measures, these limits on freedoms, as Dr. Anzorg mentioned, are all, we are protecting people who don't want to be protected.
Yes, and then every time that a community member gets vaccinated, they are protecting not only themselves, but their loved ones, as well as community members who are not yet eligible to be vaccinated or who are unable to get vaccinated.
All right. And then lastly, to the school, the indoor school settings. So there's a hope that might change between now and the start of school in the fall?
We continue to get weekly updates in our conversations with CDPH.
All right. As someone who has 3 teenagers in the category school age, I understand that if the state wants to encourage young people to get vaccines, I think they really need to be thoughtful about this. I've heard from many teenagers, because I have them running through my house and I spend time with them, that not allowing that has now reduced, or that talk of having to wear masks in the fall has dried up a lot of the interest among teenagers on getting the vaccine. I've heard of some teenagers have one vaccine that are not planning on getting their second vaccine if the mask removal portion's not in place. So it's a pretty hot button issue out there. I think the state is missing the mark here. I said that a few weeks ago with getting open up and removing the mask mandate. I think that it's not acknowledging human behavior here. I think that it's a huge incentive, and it will be something that would push our numbers higher for those who chose to get vaccines to be able to go maskless, even in a school setting. Supervisor Lavanino.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, and I'm hearing this in my own family, this push on, well, it's only for emergency use. And I've heard that a bunch of times. I'm hoping that the day that FDA approval comes down, there are lines of people that were using that as their excuse, that we're going to see this massive rollout of all the rest of the people. I can tell you from the people in my family, I don't think that's going to happen. I mean, when that happens, I think there'll be something else. And it's not to say that, hey, if you don't want to get vaccinated, that's your issue. But I really think that is a real thin argument. And And I'm hoping that people, like I said, I hope that is the argument. And if it is, I can respect that. Just make sure you get your vaccine the day that it becomes that it becomes fully approved. The other thing is, you know, the idea that we are protecting people basically that don't want to be protected. I think that's part of what government does and public health does. Is I never wore a seatbelt before I got a ticket. I was going to get a ticket if I didn't wear one. Only because I didn't want to wrinkle my clothes or I didn't want to do something stupid. You know, I didn't think it looked right. Now I walk in the car and it's just click, you know, I do it. Now, is that government changing my behavior? Well, it's for the better. So somebody needed to change it, whether that was my parents or a law that comes along. So, you know, I mean, today should be a day that we're celebrating. Yesterday was the first day we had 0 cases. I don't want to be wearing a mask today. I think it is excessive at this point, and it's going to change in 2 days. So I think the governor is supposed to be holding some press conference on Thursday that he's going to just walk away from the whole mask and social distancing, which will be great, except for, and I have a different perspective because I don't have kids in school, so I don't hear that all the time. So, but like I said, just hoping emergency use, and I don't know what the timeline is for the FDA approval, but I'm expecting, from what I'm hearing, that there's going to be this massive rollout of more vaccine folks that can't wait to get vaccinated after that becomes approved.
Supervisor Williams?
I think that's an important point to make, is that, you know, if there are some people who are still holding back, you know, formal approval is probably just around the corner. And so I hope you will make that decision, especially if that's the reason why you are holding back at this point, is the emergency approval. I hope you will go out there and get vaccinated. It is not just about a personal decision. I mean, it's obviously your personal decision, but it's not just to protect yourself, it is to protect other people. And, you know, I understand people's, you know, hesitancy. It's not exactly without side effects, but it's far safer than the disease itself. And I think that for us to move on as a society, for us to provide better public safety and honestly better services to the public and better economic prosperity, we do need to step up and more of us get vaccinated. You know, I don't think anybody, given that there are sensitive populations, it's not 100% we're searching for it, but we got to do a whole lot better than 53 or 54%.
All right, and I want to give you the perspective that I think there are a lot of people who are waiting for formal certification. You know, I think that there's some hesitancy based on its emergency status, and I think that that's a real thing. A lot of people, you know, nobody wants an extra shot. And I think a lot of people are weighing their risk assessment personally and with their family and their loved ones and making a personal choice, and that's something that I value, and I know we all value in this country and in this county. And so, you know, while I'm an advocate for people getting vaccines, I also want to respect those people who make a decision with their own body on how they're going to weigh those risks. And so that's all my point on that one is. So with that, can I get a motion to approve this item?
Move the staff recommendation.
Second?
All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes unanimously. All right. Let's see what we got here. Moving on, departmental item number 3.
Chair Nelson and members of the board, departmental item number 3 is from probation. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding assessing racial and ethnic disparities in criminal justice.
Good morning, Chair Nelson and Supervisors. I'm Tanya Heitman, Chief Probation Officer. With me today is Santa Barbara Interim Police Chief Barney Malekian and Research and Special Projects Manager Karen Milligan. You may recall that on December 1st at a criminal justice special hearing, the Relative Rate Index, or RRI, was introduced to your board by Dr. Malekian as a method to consider racial, ethnic, equity, and inclusion data. We're here today to share more about the RRI and its use in our juvenile and adult justice systems. The Juvenile Justice Coordinating Council and the Community Corrections Partnership have examined racial equity data and the disproportionate representation of people of color in the justice system for several years through various data lenses. The RRI, like other methods, has its limitations. You will hear today that it does not account for poverty or other drivers related to disparate treatment. But as Chair Nelson noted in a recent hearing, it is recognized that people of color are more likely to suffer from economic disparities. Additionally, people of color suffer from housing, educational, and health disparities. These disparities do not tend to resolve the deeper the decision point is, but rather persist and accumulate. Equity cannot be achieved at the deepest decision points without addressing disparity at the earliest points. If we think of it in terms of a public health framework, if within a community people are dying at alarming rates, rather than trying to rely on the emergency room to give them better care to address the problem, we would need to find out why they're going to the hospital in greater numbers than people in other communities. Perhaps we discover that they're being poisoned by bad water. We can make every effort possible to improve the quality of the hospital care, but we will not truly address the problem without addressing the condition of their water. Similarly, the RRI allows us to have a discussion about improving the criminal justice system while also recognizing that the overall health of our community is at the heart of the issue. We must continue to address the drivers of disparity at the earliest stages while making every effort to improve other decision points throughout the system. Chief Malekian has been a part of this work for many years, and I would like to give him an opportunity to share a few words before we turn the presentation over to Karen.
Thank you, Chief Heitman, for the opportunity to speak today. Chair Nelson and members of the board, good morning, and thank you again for the opportunity to be here. I've appeared before you regarding issues related to criminal justice for a number of years in various roles and under various circumstances, but always with the idea that the criminal justice system in Santa Barbara County, and indeed around the country, is populated by people with good intentions who are operating in a system that does two things that demand improvement. It ignores the historical factors that bring people into contact with the system, and it assumes that the system can and should treat everyone in an identical fashion regardless of circumstance. When discussing disproportionality and racial inequity, the simplistic approach is to say that a particular group's percentage of the population and their representation in the criminal justice system should be approximately equal. Unfortunately, this does not address the issue of who is committing offenses and the underlying issues of poverty, historical racial inequity, and numerous other factors that lead people to collide with the criminal justice system. When I was first introduced to the concept of the relative rate index, I found it incredibly exciting. Because rather than making broad generalizations that defy arriving at a solution, RRI identifies specific decision points along the way that allow us to look at what happens at each decision point and determine what decisions are being made and the impacts they have on individuals and society at large. The consequence of this approach is that it takes a systematic, evidence-based approach to analyzing decisions and help us arrive at mutually beneficial outcomes. There are many factors that influence racial inequality in criminal justice. The RRI, as was pointed out, does not attempt at this point to identify those factors, but instead to look at the specific decision points. Once that refinement has occurred, it provides a much greater opportunity to do a deeper analysis of those specific decisions and make better decisions about how disparity can be reduced. Chief Heitman and Ms. Milligan and the probation department should be commended for the work they have done in the juvenile system, the results of which they're going to present to you today. And the opportunity to do similar work with the adult population can only benefit all of us in the long run. For too long, we have focused on the what of inequity and dismissed the why with simplistic platitudes. I think the use of RRI analysis will give us the opportunity to rectify that. Thank you, and now I'd like to turn it over to Karen Milligan for a deeper and better explanation. Thanks.
Chief, thank you. Good morning, Chair Nelson and members of the board. As Chief Heitman mentioned in her introduction, the probation department has been and continues to be committed to increasing awareness and moving forward strategies to reduce racial and ethnic disparities in the justice system. In 2014, for example, the department partnered with the W. Haywood Burns Institute as part of the Reducing Racial and Ethnic Disparity Grant. The intent of this grant was to increase awareness of racial and ethnic disparities in the county's juvenile justice system and to begin to address areas of disproportionality. In addition, in fiscal year 2019-2020, and in partnership with Supervisor Greg Hart's office, a goal was added into the county's public safety realignment plan specifically to support a systemic approach to studying and addressing racial and ethnic disparities in the justice system. Also, in 2019, the probation department launched the Reimagining Juvenile Justice Initiative. This initiative, sponsored by the Annie E. Casey Foundation, brought together partners from a broad cross-section of child-serving agencies, including law enforcement and community organizations, to propose new strategies for delivering juvenile justice programs and interventions. Among the strategies adopted as part of that RJJ initiative was an enhanced focus on racial and ethnic equity and inclusion and sharing related data, including what we're presenting to your board today, the Relative Rate Index, or the RRI. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. There it goes. Okay. The RRI is the same calculation used by the Office of Juvenile Justice and Delinquency Prevention to measure over or underrepresentation at specific decision points in the criminal justice system. This framework allows us to see where disparities may exist and how the experiences of different groups of people in our justice system differ when compared to whites. I'll share a specific example shortly, but broadly, the RRI calculates the rate of individuals at various decision points in our system, based either on the total population of that group in the county or the population of that group actually at risk of experiencing a particular event. The RRI also reveals how disparities accumulate as individuals move further into the system. A value of 1 indicates that the race or ethnic group is represented at the same rate as whites. Values greater than 1 indicate a greater representation than whites, and values less than 1 indicate representation less than whites. We recognize there are a variety of interrelated factors that influence racial inequities in the criminal justice system. What we're sharing with your board today does not consider other factors that may influence the likelihood of criminal justice involvement, such as severity of offense, prior offense history, or socioeconomic status. The RRI is an established method to identify points of disparity and is not intended to determine root causes, factors like poverty, education access and quality, employment, or one's physical environment. Starting first with the race and ethnic profile of our local youth population, for a racial group to be included in the rate calculation, they must account for at least 1% of our county's total population. Black youth just met this threshold, and so for our juvenile analysis, we collapsed Black and Hispanic youth into a single youth of color category, which you'll see there on your slide, represents 63% of the total youth population. Here's an example at the point of referral. This is the first point of entry into the juvenile justice system that we have available data. This is where a youth has been cited by a law enforcement agency and referred to probation. To determine the index value, a rate is calculated for youth of color and then compared to the rate for whites. At this first decision point, the point of referral, you'll see the population used as the denominator is the total population of each group in the county, because the opportunity of entering the justice system exists for all youth. The comparison of the two rates provides the index value. So in this example, youth of color are 2.6 times more likely to be referred to probation than white youth, a 158% difference between white and youth of color. And while using general population, as we did with referrals, makes sense when assessing for disparity at the first point of entry, it's not as useful and can actually mask disparities when examining points deeper in the justice system, because doing so would include a large number of individuals who never entered the system and therefore don't have the same opportunity for the next event. Using general population for all decision points results in adding together the disparities present from all prior decisions, making it difficult to determine at which points disparities exist in order to target them for intervention. And so for all decision points after referral, the denominator used is the number of youth at risk of experiencing a particular event. So here, for example, where a youth is admitted to the juvenile hall, or what's called a booking, you'll see the denominator is the number of youth referred into the system, because youth can't be booked into the juvenile hall unless first referred. So again, we're using the population at risk of experiencing the next event. At this decision point, youth of color are 2.4 times more likely to be booked into juvenile hall than white youth. Now displaying all 6 decision points and directing your board's attention to the in-custody holds for detention hearings. This is where a decision is made about the continued detention of a youth in the juvenile hall. Here we see that youth of color are held at a similar rate to white youth. So although this specific decision point doesn't appear to increase or decrease disparity, it maintains what has accumulated from all prior decisions. As you review all 6 decision points, you'll see that the data indicate the point of referral contributed the most to the overall disparity between youth of color and white youth in the juvenile justice system in fiscal year 2019-20. Additionally, in comparison to white youth of color were more likely to be booked, charged, found guilty, and committed to secure detention. To help conceptualize the data, we're also sharing what equity would look like at each decision point if youth of color were represented at a similar rate to white youth. The RRI has also been calculated for our justice-involved adults. Here you'll notice the difference in the county's adult profile as compared to our youth. Black and Hispanic adults represent 44% of the county's total adult population as compared to 63% of our youth population. Because the population of Black adults is higher in our adult demographic than in our county's youth demographic, Black and Hispanic adults were analyzed separately. The time frame for the adult data is limited to a 3-month period from January to March of 2020. We focused on that time frame in order to avoid the data being influenced by the impacts of COVID-19. The adult data set is also much larger than the juvenile, and so this 3-month window still allowed us sufficient data to explore. You'll notice that in the first 3 months of 2020, Black and Hispanic adults were more likely than whites to be booked, less likely to receive pretrial supervision, and more likely to receive a disposition of state prison as compared to whites. Similar to the data limitations identified in the juvenile analysis, adult data was not available for decision points prior to booking into the county jail. We are not unlike other jurisdictions that have compiled similar data. And although this data cannot provide the answers around the causes of these disparities, specifically whether it's the result of different offending or different treatment of particular groups, it does highlight the decision points where the contribution to disparity was the greatest and helps us to prioritize the points at which further study and action is most warranted. I'll pass it back to Chief Heitman to share where we go from here.
Thank you, Karen. As Karen indicated, this data does not answer all the questions or ensure that we're all aligned in our perspectives. However, it does help open up dialogue about how we can collectively work to reduce racial disparities. As a criminal justice system, we are committed to increasing awareness, promoting conversation, and moving forward strategies to reduce racial and ethnic disparities, as well as mitigate the negative consequences of system involvement. We have numerous efforts currently underway that are rooted in these strategies and commitments. They include collecting input from victims and justice-involved individuals on the challenges faced and treatment within the criminal justice system to better understand their experiences. Embedding language into service contracts to prioritize bilingual and bicultural staff who are culturally proficient with the necessary knowledge, skills, attitudes, and beliefs to work well with, respond effectively to, and be supportive of people in cross-cultural settings and persons from diverse cultural and socioeconomic backgrounds. Investing in additional interventions that promote positive youth development and respond to delinquency in age-appropriate and evidence-based ways. Reducing economic impacts within the criminal justice system through the elimination of fees that can disproportionately impact low-income communities. Expanding the use of pretrial supervision so that everyone has equal opportunity to remain in their home, with their family, and at their job while they go through the court process. Expanding diversion alternatives and limiting system involvement and incarceration of our lowest risk individuals, as well as those with mental health and substance abuse issues. Reducing incarceration for probation violations and providing alternatives to incarceration. Expanding resources to community-based prevention and treatment for substance abuse. But perhaps most importantly, working to launch a shared safety initiative to shift the focus from historical punitive responses to crime to restoring the well-being of our community through a public health framework with an emphasis on prevention. In addition to these strategies, the Probation Department, alongside the CCP, is exploring a formal data analysis agreement with California Policy Lab, or CPL. This project is proposed to include an analysis of local criminal justice data to better understand how the characteristics and outcomes of the justice-involved population have changed over the last decade. If approved, this collaborative work will create a strong foundation of evidence to support the county in making changes to practices and policies to better achieve our shared goals, while also ensuring that we're not relying on anecdotal information or limited perspectives to guide us. It would also create the data infrastructure needed to monitor, evaluate, and learn from those changes over time. In closing, we commit to continue to use this data to guide discussions around our collective priorities to reduce racial disparities, and we appreciate your board's commitment to supporting this work through fiscal resources, as well as opportunities like today to examine the system and learn what we can about where we've been and where we would like to be in the future. As poet Amanda Gorman reminds us, being American is more than a pride we inherit. It's the past we step into and how we repair it. This concludes the presentation, and we're happy to take any questions you may have.
All right, thank you, Chief Heitman. Questions from the board? Supervisor Hart.
Well, I just want to thank Chief Heitman, Chief Malekian, and Ms. Milligan for a great presentation. I really appreciate the title of it, Using Data to Inform Practice, because I think that is something that the Probation Department has really led the criminal justice partners in adopting as a paradigm for all of their systems improvement. And the work that they have done, first with the juvenile system, seeking out grant funding to do the Reimagining Juvenile Justice project was really important because it set the foundation for what we're doing now in the adult population. And using the relative rate index to highlight the systemic issues that are really obvious here from these statistics. The reason this is so important is because we have to have a ground-based truth to begin this conversation. And having this information here, like this, in this format that's really easily digestible, is shocking to see the disparities represented here. Now, legitimately, there's lots of questions about why and what we should do about that. And that's the next step. But we can't have an informed conversation about those things without an agreement about the facts and the data. And the Probation Department has really been the leader in that conversation. And I can't say enough, how important this is. And I think if you look at the next steps that Chief Heitman is proposing, I would challenge anybody to argue about those as being reasonable next steps. Look carefully at every single one of those things on slide 11. Maybe there's some debate about the last one, as a strategic goal. shifting the punitive response of crime to restoring the well-being of our community. But I don't even think there's a debate about that. The goal of the criminal justice system is to have, the well-being of our community. There may be different tactical approaches to that, but everybody shares that. And we don't have time to go through each one of these things. But if you read those words, you realize quickly that what Chief Heitman, what Chief Malekian spoke about, what folks who are trying to urge reform and change in the criminal justice system are speaking to is, interventions that make sense, that provide better return on investment, that create less trauma in the community and result in better outcomes. And those are really important policy goals that we should embrace.
Thank you, Supervisor Hart. Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, I want to agree with this, the sentiments and points made by Supervisor Hart. The data should guide us. The data cannot pinpoint exactly how we solve the problem, but it can at least lead us to areas that we should concentrate on. And when we see a number as high as 2.4 or 2.6 in that index, it is something that we should put attention to. And I think that's also part of a process of sharing this among the justice partners, which I hope Chief Malekian and Chief Heitman will do. And really, I appreciate the probation department's reputation for being evidence-based and data-driven, and this continues that proud tradition, with the hope that we can have a safer community and one that actually rehabilitates, particularly when we're looking at these numbers for juveniles. That we got to pull some of them back on the other side, and probation and the law enforcement partners all have a role in accomplishing that.
Thank you, Supervisor Williams. Supervisor Hartman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There are a couple of things that really stand out for me in this. And the first one is that whatever the reasons that more youth of color come into the system, at every step of the way, they're overrepresented. And so it accumulates or builds. And that to me is extremely telling, and I'd really like to know more about that. I don't know if you're going to do more analysis and more sophisticated analysis with this data and try to penetrate some of the reasons behind it, but that would be very useful, I think. The other thing that jumps out at me, youth of color between the ages of 10 and 17, 63% of the total population. So change is coming, and we really need to focus on this group for shared safety for everyone. And the last thing that I think of is that when they're referred to the justice system, there's much we can do, but where we really need to focus is prior to that time. And it's hard to know. I mean, is it welcome every baby? Is it preschool? Is it activities and things at school? Where do you get the most bang for the buck? And that's where I'd like to see more analysis and more focus in our county and our programs, especially as we think about the ARPA money and how we're going to invest it. So those are my points. And thank you again for leading the way in data-driven decisions and understanding.
Thank you, Supervisor Hartman. Supervisor Levanino.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And yeah, and I think it's important to point out too that this study was not done based in on the events that just have happened over the last year, 18 months in this country. The probation department has been on the tip of this spear since I've been here. I mean, I remember having people come into my office back in 2012 and 2013 talking about racial equity grants that they were looking for and those types of things. So this is nothing new. I think this is a great starting point that, I think somebody at this county once was famous for saying, if you can't measure it, you can't fix it. So you have to know what the starting point is and where we are. Now, there's a lot of questions about why. When I read this, it was, the piece that I can't wait for us to get to, for me, is the economic window to look into. Mm-hmm. Because the question for me is it more likely for a poor brown teenager to be committed to juvenile hall than a poor white teenager? Or is a poor brown teen more likely to be committed to detention than a rich brown teenager? So there is disparities, there's no doubt about it, and it's obviously linked to youth of color are 2.5 times more likely to enter our system. That's something we've got to correct. How we correct that, though, I think is what Supervisor Hartman was talking to, is yes, it's all of the above. We've got to do more for childcare. We've got to do more in First Five. We've got to do more education and outreach and getting into that community. Uncomfortable sometimes to try to tackle some of these things, I think. But the only way to fix these things is to really peel back the onion and get to the core root. And that is probably what, and I didn't expect Director Heitman to come in with the answers, right? This is the start. So there's going to be a lot of people say, well, it has to do with the family, the breakdown of the family. It has to do with, not enough good paying jobs in North County. There's a lot of things that are root causes for this that we've got to address.
Thank you, Supervisor Levin. I'm just going to piggyback on Supervisor Levin, and Supervisor Hartman's comments here, because I want to get deeper into these numbers. Supervisor Levin, gave the scenario of the socioeconomic one. If we pull back that layer and realize that we're representing youth of color and white youth the same based on that socioeconomic level, then what we really need to do is making sure we're investing there. And I think that's what we're going to see. My big fear with this presentation all along was that it might be confirmation for somebody who already thinks that we're broken. And we're broken, but not in the sense that this shows that our justice system is racist. Okay, and that's one of those narratives out there that I've been really concerned about. And I didn't want this presentation to further that narrative, because I don't necessarily think that says that yet. I mean, it could in the future. I'm not foreclosing that option, but I don't personally believe it. And I think as we dive deeper into the numbers, we're going to see that there's a lot of other factors that are influencing this. And I really appreciate Chief Heitman and Ms. Milligan for discussing that, because I don't want the highlights or the headlines in tomorrow's newspapers to be that narrative that is sometimes pervasive here about our justice system. I also wanted to highlight here on slide 8, if we can bring that up for a minute. I know our public defender got really hammered in the recent weeks, but you look at the ones that are either equal or at least in the ones, those are things that the district attorney's office, the district attorney's been hammered. I just wanted to point that out for a moment there. The district attorney, is seeing some better results, some more equitable results than other parts of the law enforcement process. And I think that also goes to show that we've been saying all along is that, Santa Barbara County has been a leader in this long before the circumstances of a year ago. And I think that's proving out in some of those numbers as well. And, I think ultimately what we're going to see is, we do need to invest more economically. We need to get out there, and I think the best welfare program is a job. And whatever we can do to further those things, I think we'll start to see the RRI adjust as we can, reach those populations and make sure that there's high-paid, or well-paying jobs, especially in the North County. I think that you're going to see, if you look at these disparities north to south, there's definitely some disparity there, and I think that will help prove out the socioeconomic factor of that as well. Supervisor Williams.
Well, I have a slightly different take. I mean, I think these numbers very much do confirm the fact that there are parts of our criminal justice system that are broken. Where I would agree with you is that that understanding how much of that factor is socioeconomic and how much of that is a double standard based on skin color is key to understanding what the proper solution is for fixing that brokenness. But I definitely think that people should walk away with this, looking at those numbers and saying, something has to be fixed here.
Yeah, and I think, and I'm with you on that. I think something has to be fixed. I'm not yet ready to point the finger at our criminal justice system and criminal justice partners, is what my point I'm making. All right, is there any further discussion? Madam Clerk, do we have public comment on this item?
Chair Nelson and members of the board, yes, we have one request to speak, and that is Andy Caldwell.
Chair Nelson, members of the board, Andy Caldwell representing CoLab. I'm gratified that none of you are jumping to conclusions about this report and the issue of systemic or the accusations of systemic racism. But I really wish, and I believe it would have been much more productive for the probation department to front load this report with a report on gangs, gang membership, gang activity, and gang recruitment in our region. The fact of the matter, and it's a sad fact, is the overwhelming number of gang members in our communities, at least in the North County, are Latino. And secondly, that they are recruiting children as young as 10 to 12 years old. And when you're in a gang, that gang, at least partially, is organized for criminal activity. So I think before they did this report, you should have had a thorough report. And I can't remember the last time we had a thorough report on gang activity, especially in the North County. The second thing that is missing from this report and missing from the entire context of, reducing the size of the South County jail and diverting more people from jail is a grand jury report right here in this county a little over a year ago. Based on their analysis, the increased criminality is ascribed to the lack of consequences due to diminished law enforcement. So what you are seeing here, I believe the socioeconomic has to do with the environmental agenda that killed manufacturing and industrial jobs in this region, including the job I used to have at the company I used to have. But secondly, there's an issue that behavior that is rewarded and or behavior that is not punished will be repeated. And what you may be seeing is actually the influence and the effect of not having enough cops, not having enough probation officers, not having enough capacity to hold people. And I'm all for redemption. I spent 7 years at the Lompoc prison for redemption purposes. So I'm for redemption. But I also believe that you cannot swap tolerance for mercy, that you have to hold people accountable for what they do or they learn there is no consequences. So I think you need to go back, study the gang issue, and it's bad. There's a couple of thousand gang members between Lompoc and Santa Maria. That's pathetic. That is a existential threat, as Supervisor Williams likes to talk about. And then look at the jobs we lost. I sent them in a memo to you. Those are just the ones we've lost and are about to lose. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, back to the board. Supervisor Hart.
I just would go back to slide 11 and get real practical. This presentation is designed to, found us in data and then say this is what we ought to be doing. So the idea that we should listen to victims of crimes and the justice-involved individuals to learn more about the challenges that they face and their treatment within the criminal justice system, I think is a pretty basic starting point to making reforms. Recognizing the need for prioritizing bilingual and bicultural staff in the engagement with service contracts with providers for county services, is clearly appropriate and necessary. Investing in additional interventions that promote positive youth development and respond to delinquency in age-appropriate, evidence-based ways, that's just smart investment, and that's the right thing to do. Reducing the economic impacts within the criminal justice system that can disproportionately impact low-income communities, I think that's a consensus solution. Expanding the use of pretrial supervision. We want people to be actively engaged in the programs that they need to keep folks on track. Expanding diversion alternatives and limiting system involvement in incarceration of our lowest risk individuals. Again, dollars and cents, logical, smart investment of resources. Reducing incarceration for probation violations and providing alternatives to incarceration. The point isn't to lock somebody up again when they violate probation. The point is to get them to comply and be a good, productive community member. Expanding resources to community-based prevention and treatment for substance abuse. That's the driver of most of the criminal behavior we deal with. And then launched a shared safety initiative to shift the focus from historical punitive responses to crime to restoring the well-being of our community. Let's take the big picture view and figure out how we can make all of us safer. These are such obvious next steps, and I think we all agree that this makes sense. And I appreciate Chief Heitman, Chief Malekian, and Ms. Milligan putting into this format. I think this reduces the noise of this conversation and the dissonance and focuses on practical steps to make progress on something that is, jumping off the page as being disparate.
Thank you, Supervisor Hart. Supervisor Hartman.
That does raise a question for Chief Heitman in my mind, and that is, would you talk a little bit about the last bullet and the shared safety initiative and how we would refocus from punitive to more restoration of well-being of our communities?
Chair Nelson, Supervisor Hartman, thank you for that question. We have met with the shared safety team that's sponsored by Californians for Safety and Justice to begin that dialogue with them about launching an initiative in our local community. What's become very clear to me through the preliminary discussions is that they really are positioned well to help our local community have a community dialogue around our criminal justice system, what is impacting safety in our community, and helping recognize that we all really do have the same goal, that we all want to feel safe in our community. We all want people to be treated justly and fairly in our community. And that if we focus on those common goals with the priority for a public health approach to the problem, an emphasis on prevention, and always putting our victims first, that we can make significant strides in these areas. It is designed to be a locally driven initiative, so they wouldn't be coming in and telling us this is what we need to do in our community. They would be helping facilitate a local discussion with our all of the entities in our community, and I mean countywide, not just particular communities, but every group, every advocacy network, and youth as well as adults to really look at how we can concentrate our efforts collectively to make a shift that we can all agree we want to make, and then prioritize where we want to focus our efforts first. So I can't tell you today this is exactly what it's going to look like because we have not had the opportunity to have all those discussions yet. But looking at the framework, looking at how it has been delivered in other communities makes it clear that it is very much aligned with the discussions that have been happening at our Juvenile Justice Coordinating Council, as well as our CCP and with your board. So I feel confident that it is an effort that will take us further along this path that we've collectively been trying to move in.
Thank you, Chief Heitman. I've got a little question on that as well. So who will be championing and moving that forward for the county?
So, Chair Nelson, the CCP and the JJCC both have received an initial briefing, and we hope to engage them in a joint meeting when we get closer to launching, and that they will be the entities under the board's authority, of course, but the joint effort would be driven by the JJCC and CCP to move the initiative forward.
Okay, and is that already fit into the existing funding for that?
It isn't a program, Chair Nelson, in terms of needing specific funding to deliver it. Once the initiative has been fleshed out over time with the community, there may be strategies that would need to be funded, but the initiative itself, the engagement piece, does not require any additional funding. There is some funding allocated in the CCP plan and budget for community engagement that will help us with the initial meetings and any ancillary expenses, but there is not any funding required at this time.
Okay. Thank you, Chief Heitman. I guess my last comment, I think you've heard that there's a desire to dig deeper into these numbers and see what else is out there. I think a really, I mentioned this in my briefing with you, I think a really easy number to maybe, at least on the juvenile side, is look at free and reduced lunch. And of those youth that have been involved, I think that's an easy line to figure out if they're a family that's living in poverty or not, and that might give you a chance to be able to start to look at least that portion of it. Anything else that you can do to give us a little bit more of a three-dimensional look at those numbers, I think would be really helpful.
Thank you. We will continue to explore the data and dive deeper into it within whatever means that we have. We are very dependent on partnerships with other entities. As you may be aware, the CWS has presented, as well as the Department of Behavioral Wellness, at the JJCC regarding their data on race and ethnic equity. And we would be eager to partner with the schools or any other entity that can provide additional opportunity to further examine this data.
And I guess the other question I have is, we've been talking about a data dashboard. Is this the type of information that will roll up on a future dashboard that the county might have?
Chair Nelson, that's a great question. On the data dashboard that's we're working on right now, we have been focused entirely on the adult side. We haven't really explored yet an equivalent option for the juvenile side, but we may be able to do that at some point. The preliminary data dashboard does include race, gender, age, types of demographics of the various populations within the probation system as well as in the jail system.
Okay, thank you, Chief Heitman. All right, any other questions from the board? And we've already had public comment. Can I get a motion for recommended actions?
Move the staff recommendations.
Second?
All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Chief Heitman and Ms. Milligan.
Thank you.
All right, so we're going to try to get one more item in here before lunch and closed session, and that's departmental item number 4.
Chair Nelson and members of the board, departmental item number 4 is from Planning and Development. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding the adoption of Emergency Housing Codes, Appendix O of the 2019 California Building Standard Codes.
Ms. Plowman?
Yes. Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Our department is bringing forward the amendment to our building code, Appendix O. in order to provide greater flexibility for housing options as CSD is working to develop housing for homelessness during our shelter crisis. We don't have a presentation today, but I did want to mention a few things. One, I understand that there's some interest in adding some additional language to the proposed amendment, and we do have a PowerPoint slide that reflects that language that could be added. This language essentially clarifies that smaller units can be used during the shelter crisis in alignment with state law. The other thing I wanted to do is introduce Craig Johnson, who has come to us from the city of Santa Clara as our new building official. And we're very happy to have him. And so, Craig.
Thank you, Lisa, Chair Nelson, and board members. This is Craig Johnson. I'm very happy to be here in Santa Barbara County, and I'm looking forward to doing everything I can for the Planning and Development Department. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Mr. Johnson. I thought this item was going to be a little bit longer, so I did, just for agenda management, we're going to try to get a couple other items, maybe 5, 6, and 7 after this, just for the public to hear that, as well as staff out there. No lunch break yet. So, okay, going back to item D4, are there questions from the board? I've got a couple questions, not seeing any. So I'm the supervisor who had some concerns about adopting this under the current numbers here. I believe that we're limiting it to 70 square feet, but that is actually a larger unit than what we currently are operating in the county. I believe at this point we can operate at a lower number because we're under a shelter emergency, and it'd be my hope that actually our ordinance would align with actually what we have on the ground and what we're using. So I was hoping that we might be able to amend this to reflect that, which I believe the internal space on our units are currently 53 square feet. It's a 64 square foot building with an internal amount at 53. And just wanted to maybe hear from the building official and then county council on any concerns that we might have for doing that.
Just very, very briefly, as Chair Nelson and board members, this is turned into kind of a convoluted item. It turns out the California Building Standards Commission is changing Appendix O that goes into effect next month. So, I mean, I have no fundamental objection to changing the square footage, and I'll turn it over to the county council.
Mr. Gazzoni.
Chair and supervisors, so hearing the goal of kind of belt and suspendering some of the county's existing stock, yes, there is a way at Section 1 of the draft ordinance to add an additional sentence that would make clear that the county is making the determination allowed under Appendix O of determining that the 53 square foot internal dimension is adequate space for a single occupancy sleeping unit of emergency housing. So that would actually be very defensible to do that. I have the language here. We've coordinated with CSD and planning, and I believe planning has a slide that would address that, which at Section 1 would be adding that additional sentence. It would still qualify as a first reading today.
Okay. And just for my colleagues, what I'm trying to accomplish here is to legalize our current stock. I understand that there's a lot of manufacturers of these units that already have them at this level, and I want to not foreclose that option for our county. I think that these units can potentially be part of the unsheltered solution in our county, and I don't want to foreclose any options that we might have. We may end up with bigger units in the future, but I want to make sure that we have the opportunity and that we're doing it consistent from the start. Supervisor Hartman?
Oh, which units are these?
So right now are the units that have been in Isla Vista that are going to be at the Bridge House. The pallet houses would satisfy the pallet houses.
And Mr. Chair, I'd ask if the clerk could bring up the slide that we had forwarded. So the board can see the language that would be added.
And what I'm hoping to do is avoid the step, if the shelter emergency goes away, that we'd have to come back and re-legalize this. under the smaller footprint. So I'm hoping that we can get that done today, so it's not an issue we have to revisit in the future. Mr. Gazzoni, before we go to the slide.
Chair and Supervisors, I'll just caveat that all of the county's actions in this area are really, predicated on a shelter crisis or housing crisis of some sort, and that's really what engages Appendix O. But this language would actually accomplish the goal, and I'll save some thank yous for the involved departments until the end here.
Okay.
And Chair Nelson, for the board, just to remind you, you did adopt a shelter emergency. It is unrelated to COVID emergency. It's been exacerbated by it, but you did adopt a shelter emergency even prior to COVID.
All right. Thank you, CO. And Mr. Gazzoni, if my colleagues would indulge this with maybe a motion, I think this is actually a good step forward for this appendix.
Yeah, I agree with giving us, our staff, more options, and appreciate you bringing that up.
Thank you, Supervisor Williams. Supervisor Hartman.
Oh, I just wanted a clarification. I don't know the square footage of pallet houses, but I do know that they sleep two. So is it 106 square feet? Or?
No, it's 64 square feet, and that's one of the challenges moving forward under the building code, is my understanding.
And
Chair,
Mr. Chair,
Let's, Mr. Gazzoni and then Ms. Plowman.
Chair and Supervisors, what we've tried to do is to take advantage of the maximum latitude you have under the Appendix O, which is 53 square foot internal measurement and single occupancy.
Ms. Plowman?
I think Mr. Gazzoni answered Ms. Supervisor Hartman's question.
All right. Okay.
I didn't know if Doss made a motion. If he did,
I'll move the revised language.
I'll second
here.
that.
And that includes all the recommended actions on this?
That's right.
And there was a second from Supervisor Lavanino. Madam Clerk, is there any comment on this item? Public comment?
Chair Nelson and members of the board, we have no request to speak on this item.
All right. And Mr. Gazzoni, has that motion been made the way that make you happy? Great. Okay. Any further discussion? Seeing none. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion passes unanimously. All right.
And Chair, if I could for a
Yes.
moment, somewhat behind the scenes, but both Director Plowman and Director Chapchain were available in the evening and throughout the day today to make this happen. And also appreciate the assistance of Deputy County Counsel Jenna Richardson, who was working this in the background.
Great. Thank you all for your help. All right, moving on to departmental item number 5. Madam Clerk, will you please read that into the record?
Chair Nelson and members of the board, departmental item number 5 is from Public Works Board of Directors and Laguna County Sanitation District. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding the Laguna County Sanitation District ordinance relative to service charges, connection charges, and trunk sewer fees, and a resolution relative to collection of service charges on the tax roll. And this is in the 3rd, 4th, and 5th districts.
All right. Mr. McAlpin?
Yes, Mr. Chair, good morning. Thank you. Good morning, board members. And as the clerk mentioned, the item that we're hearing right now relates to Laguna County sanitation charges for next year. This is the first of 3 items this morning that Public Works has to adjust our service rates for fiscal year 21-22. So specifically on this item, Laguna San, the proposed rate increase or adjustment is a 1.5% increase next year. And Mr. Chair, we do have a presentation if your board desires, or we can waive the presentation and take any questions your board may have this morning.
All right.
Thank you.
Does anybody need to see this presentation? Okay, I'm not seeing any need here on the board. Madam Clerk, is there any members of the public on there to speak to this item?
Chair Nelson and members of the board, we have no request to speak on this item.
All right, so Mr. McAlpin, I think we're good, and I'd be willing to entertain a motion to approve recommended actions A through E.
I'll make that motion.
All right.
Second.
All right, any further discussion? Oh, Madam Clerk?
My apologies, Chair Nelson and members of the board. I do believe that is recommendations A through F on today's agenda.
I'll change my motion to A through F.
And I will agree as the seconder.
All right. Actually, just hold on one second.
Am I- F?
Can I see real quick? All right, A through E in the posted agenda is consistent with the board letter. There's this one item that was taken as a sub-bullet instead of a letter. But the contents of the agenda as well, posted agenda as well as the board letter are consistent. So with that, Mr. Gazzoni, did I read that correctly?
Chair and Supervisors, I think we're noting that there is no majority protest, which is the action that's listed on the open session agenda at 5F for Foxtrot. So the board's actions today really are A through E, with F being not operative.
All right, perfect. All right, so I think the motion has been amended to reflect that. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion passes unanimously. All right, Mr. McAlpin, back up to you with departmental item 6. Actually, Madam Clerk, will you read that into the record?
Chair Nelson and members of the board, departmental item number 6 is from Public Works, Board of Directors, Flood Control and Water Conservation District. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding the Flood Control Benefit Assessment Program for fiscal year 2021 through 2022.
Mr. McAlpin?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, board members. Again, our second rate adjustment item today is the Flood Control Benefit Assessment Program, and in accordance with the ordinance that established the assessment program, we utilized the urban Los Angeles area CPI, and that for last year, and it was 2.19%. So again, Mr. Chair, we do have a presentation, or we can waive that and go directly to questions your board may have. Thank you.
All right. Is any member of the board like to have the presentation? Okay, seeing no request, Madam Clerk, do we have any members of the public that like to speak on this item?
Chair Nelson and members of the board, we have no requests to speak on this item.
All right. Can I get a motion for approval of items A through D?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Mr. McAlpin and Mr. Fayram. And on to departmental item number 7. Madam Clerk?
Chair Nelson and members of the board, departmental item number 7 is from Public Works. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding solid waste tipping fees, collection rates, and parcel fees for fiscal year 2021 through 2022.
All right. Mr. McAlpin?
Yes, Mr. Chair and board. Our last item today, as the clerk mentioned, is the solid waste tip fees. Our tip fee is proposed to increase by $6 per ton, from $158 per ton to $164. Most of the other rates on average for waste handled at our county facilities are proposed to increase by approximately 3%. And those are shown in attachment A. And also, Mr. Chair, as an update for your board, the materials recovery facility will complete the commissioning process this July, and our anaerobic digester will be completing its commissioning process a few months later in fall. And once the resource center is fully online, late 2021, our diversion rate in the Tahigas waste shed will be close to 90%. So we're pretty proud of that. Again, Mr. Chair, we do have a presentation if you'd like. We could do that, or we could waive it and go directly to questions that your board may have. Thank you.
All right. Any requests from board members for a presentation? Seeing none, we'll go ahead and waive the presentation. Madam Clerk, is there members of the public here to speak on this item?
Chair Nelson and members of the board, we have no requests to speak on this item.
Okay, well, I'll take a motion at this time for recommended actions A through E of departmental item number 7.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you very much.
3 departmental items in 5 minutes. That's why they Public Works, full of engineers. Thank you, Scott. All right, that concludes our departmental item number 7. We're now going to break for closed session. County Council, can you please read the items on the agenda for closed session?
Chair and Supervisors, today in closed session, the board has 4 separate items. In closed session, the first is the Board of Supervisors sitting as the Board of Directors of the County Flood Control and Water Conservation District, which is one matter of significant exposure to civil litigation, with those facts and circumstances addressed in the printed agenda. The board also has public employee performance evaluations for 12 county department heads. The board has 1 public employee performance evaluation for the county executive officer, and the board has 1 conference with labor negotiators concerning county executive officer. My estimate is about 2 hours for closed session.
Okay, with lunch, I'm going to make that 2 hours and 15 minutes, so let's try to be back here at 2:15. Thank you. We will now reconvene the meeting of June 15th, 2021. Will County Council please report out from closed session?
Chair and Supervisors, today in closed session, the board was agendized for 4 separate matters. First was sitting as the Board of Directors of the County Flood Control and Water Conservation District, one case of significant exposure to civil litigation with the facts and circumstances of that outlined in the written agenda. There were also public employee performance evaluations for 12 county departments: Agricultural Commissioner, Child Support Services, Community Services, Fire, General Services, Human Resources, Planning and Development, Probation, Public Defender, Public Health, Public Works, and Social Services. There was also a public employee performance evaluation for County Executive Officer. And finally, conference with labor negotiators concerning County Executive Officer. There are no reportable actions.
All right, thank you, Mr. Council. On behalf of the board and as chairman, I do apologize for the delay. We did expect to be back sooner, but we did work through lunch and unfortunately took a lot longer than we expected. So my apologies. No disrespect intended to the public who wanted to comment on these coming items. With that, the next item is departmental item number 8. Madam Clerk, will you please read that item into the record?
Chair Nelson and members of the board, departmental item number 8 is from the County Executive Office. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding an Isla Vista Recreation and Park District, also known as IVRPD, Board of Directors appointment.
All right.
And Chair Nelson and members of the board, I do have a brief presentation for the board today. And before I begin, I'd also like to note that with us via Zoom, we have Nicholas Norman, District Clerk to the Isla Vista Recreation and Park District. In a letter to the Board of Supervisors dated March 19th, 2021, as seen in attachment A of the staff report, the Isla Vista Recreation and Park District Board of Directors notified the Board of Supervisors of a current vacancy left by Austin Reba and has requested that the Board of Supervisors make an appointment pursuant to Public Resource Code Section 5784.3C, Government Code Section 1779, and Election Code Sections 10500, Subdivision B13, and 10515C. The Isla Vista Recreation and Park District was formed by election on October 31st, 1972, and is a voter-approved independent special district that serves residents within the square mile of Isla Vista. The district maintains over 56 acres of park space and supports children's recreation programming, including after-school programs, habitat restoration, community gardens, community festivals, fairs, and concerts. Its annual revenue is approximately $1.3 million and is funded primarily through property taxes. The Isla Vista Recreation and Park District is governed by a 5-member independent board of directors who must live within the district and are elected by registered voters in Isla Vista. Public elections are held every 2 years, and directors serve 4-year terms. Before the board today is an appointment of 1 director to the Isla Vista Recreation and Park District Board to fill an unexpired 4-year term expiring on December 6, 2024, from the list of qualified candidates seen in Recommendation B. The application materials for each of the candidates listed in Recommendation B were included as Attachment C to the staff report. Please note the clerk of the board has not received any additional candidate applications other than those listed in Recommendation B. With that, pursuant to Section 5748.3C of the California Public Resource Code, staff recommends that the Board of Supervisors appoint 1 qualified applicant to the Isla Vista Recreation and Park District. Chair Nelson and members of the board, that concludes my presentation today, and staff is available for any questions.
All right, any questions from the board before we hear from the public? Seeing none. Madam Clerk, are there any requests to speak from the public?
Chair Nelson and members of the board, yes, we have 7 requests to speak on this item with 5 members of the public currently logged in. So if you are a member of the public and you have requested to speak on departmental item number 8 in regards to the Isla Vista Park and Recreational and Park District Board appointment, please log in now to provide those comments.
Okay, in interest of time and getting to our final 3 items today, I'm going to allow 2 minutes per speaker, and I will be closing public comment once the first speaker completes.
And Chair Nelson, members of the board, we will begin with John Foran, to be followed by Robert Gutierrez.
Hi, yes, am I unmuted?
You are.
Thank you very much. And thanks for this opportunity. I actually wrote some remarks and sent them to each of the representatives, each of the supervisors last evening. It might have been a little late to be received. And so I will say, I'll sum those up as briefly as I can. I've known Catherine Murray, Katie Murray, for only about a year, but I have the highest regard for her as a person, a community member, and a constructive and imaginative contributor to the important conversations that have been going on in Isla Vista about the city's future. I'm a professor of sociology and environmental studies at UC Santa Barbara, but I'm speaking now as one of the co-founders of the Eco Vista Transition Initiative, which aims to make positive change to address the growing climate and social crises that we now face. And then there's a long quote from our mission statement, which I'll spare you all. In January of this year, Katie became a member of the core organizing group for EcoVista, and I've since had the opportunity to work with her and observe her interactions with other community members on a number of occasions. Katie has proven herself to be a leader and team player in equal measure, and she has shown special dedication and aptitude on two of the most important projects we're engaged in: writing grants for a bottom-up, community-driven plan for the future of Isla Vista, and most relevant, the establishment and maintenance of our biggest on-the-ground accomplishment to date, which is the creation of a food forest in Estero Park as a measure to help reduce food insecurity in Isla Vista, to offer a pleasant place for community members to recreate, and to host community events, such as the recent free market gathering for residents with items that would otherwise have gone into the waste stream to give away to other community members in need. In sum, I believe that Katie would bring to the board a wealth of experience, a creative mind for solving existing problems, and creating vibrant new programs for the community, along with a collaborative and effective style of work.
Thank you,
And for all these
Mr. Foran. That's your time. Thank you. And we did receive your public comment.
We will now go to Robert Gutierrez, to be followed by Ash Valenti.
Can you hear me?
We can.
Okay. Yes. Just also want to recommend Katie Murray for the position. She has a history of developing programs for children, and also because of her experience in permaculture, I believe that is a good qualifications for the position. Katie Murray, I'm recommending her. Thank you. That's all I had.
Thank you.
We will now go to Ash Valenti, to be followed by Brian Patton.
Hello, I'm Ash Valenti, they, them, speaking as an individual today. I want to recommend Catherine Murray. I think she's a great candidate for serving the community in the parks. She has a love for IV, the parks, all the plants and animals, and all the members of the community. She'll bring her perspective as a lifelong resident of Santa Barbara and IV. Her environmental studies degree. She's a parent, and she's created programming for children, and I think she'll do a great job. I also wanted to say that this should only be until 2022 to give the public a chance to vote on what is supposed to be a democratically elected position. Thank you.
Thank you.
We will now go to Brian Patton, to be followed by Larry Duff.
Hello, everyone. I hope everyone's doing well here in Santa Barbara County this afternoon. I wanted to inform you that I have learned a lot by living in Isla Vista and attending UCSB and coming into contact with the Isla Vista Recreation and Parks District, where Raymond Wilford, Louis Valero, and Nick Norman have been a great help to me as well. As a matter of fact, everyone here in Santa Barbara County has been a great help. I'm not going to mention anything in particular. However, I have also been bringing good things to the table here at Santa Barbara County, where I would like to continue this circle of productivity that exists here. I feel that I will find more people like Raymond Wilford, Louis Valero, and Nick Norman here if this is even possible. You're not making a mistake by electing me to the board of directors of the Isla Vista Recreation and Parks District, where by electing me, you will not be disappointed. I'm looking forward to serving and having future endeavors with Santa Barbara County, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Patton.
We will now go to Larry Duff, to be followed by Anthony Barbero.
Can you hear me?
We can.
Oh, good. Well, I would just like to add my name to the other supporters of Katie Murray. I know she's enthusiastic supporter of the food forests, and I think she would make a great addition to the board. And I've known her about 5 years, and I've known her to be a strong supporter of the community, and especially of Isla Vista. So, thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Duff.
And we will now go to our final speaker, Anthony Barbero.
Hey, can everyone hear me?
We can.
Hi, I'm Anthony Barbero. I am the founder and lead designer of the Isla Vista Food Forest Project, and I'd like to endorse Catherine Murray for the position on the RPD board. Katie has been essential to the whole process, has been essential in consulting different types of plants, soil remediation, has experience with regenerative agriculture, has experience with environmental education and children, a very outgoing people person. This project could not happen without her, and through its continued expansion into several new sites this year and going forward, having Katie on the board would be the best thing that ever happened to our project. Thank you.
Thank you.
And that was our final speaker.
Okay, now back to the board. Supervisor Hartman.
Yes, it's exciting to see so many people interested in this position. In the 2020 elections, there were 3 seats up, and they were all uncontested. So I'm glad to see this interest. In thinking about this appointment, there are a few things that are especially important to me. And first and foremost is bringing stability to the board of directors of the Ivy Rec and Park District. They've had 4 board member resignations in the past 12 months. So there's a lot of turnover. So having stability is important. I think as a board, we know that you develop a lot of knowledge if you stick around for a while. And that's very much the case with the Ivy RPD. It's also important to me that there's a cooperative relationship with the Ivy CSD. They are the 2 local governing agencies that people elect, and so that's an important factor. And then very important to us is that the Ivy RPD board be cooperative with the county. We just spent $2 million for unsheltered rehousing with the Pallet Park and the People's Park. And so we've got quite an investment. We also have 4 county parks in Isla Vista that the Ivy RPD manages for us. So we have a keen interest in all of this. In addition, I think someone who supports the SEIU workers of the district, that's a very important relationship. And someone who has a positive outlook and a positive engagement with young people, students, and families throughout Isla Vista. So somebody who's a bridge builder. And so I believe that Kim DeFore is the person who has strength in each of these areas, and she's a right appointment for this time. She's lived 10 years. She knows Santa Barbara County. She is not going anywhere, and that is important to me, and I think she brings a lot of skills that we need. So that's who I would encourage you to support.
Thank you, Supervisor Hartman. Supervisor Williams.
Well, I've also been impressed by the fact that so many candidates have stepped forward, and I also agree that this is a really important appointment, and that some stability is really important. I will remark, though, that both Briseida Martinez and Katie Murray have had presence in the community for a long time. Briseida grew up there, and Katie has been, I think, in and out of Ivy, but has been present for a long time. I think I don't know the other candidates, but I think those three impress me as sort of the top tier. I would say that under normal circumstances, I would say that Katie would have a lot to offer. I do think it's a little strange for a movement to field a candidate and sue the district at the same time. And so that would make me go, maybe this isn't the right time. But I think Katie has the material, and I also suspect that Briseida does as well. I haven't got to talk with her personally, but my chief of staff, Darcel, did, and this is definitely somebody who we need to look at as leadership material in Isla Vista. That being said, for the reasons that Supervisor Hartman articulated, and because she has confidence in her, I think Kim is the one I'm comfortable with going with today. I did interview her. I was very appreciative of her commitment to be willing to meet with members of the IVCSD on a regular basis. I think that relationship is huge. And she definitely has been sort of, her pitch was as a bridge builder. And, anybody who's ever done any politics in IV knows there's plenty of factions and plenty of different ideas about things. And so I do think that's enormously important, and appreciated her reaching out to me. And so I'm comfortable with that choice.
Supervisor Hart.
Yeah, I also want to congratulate all of the folks who've put their names forward. It's not easy to do this work oftentimes, and the folks that are willing to try to be leaders in their community and to represent their neighbors really deserve our thanks and credit, and I appreciate everybody participating. For me, the tiebreaker was Ms. DeFore reached out to me personally and said, I want to meet with you and talk to you about my candidacy. And she was the only candidate who did that. And I think that's important. And that's, as Supervisor Hartman spoke to, good relationships with the county, good relationships with the CSD, with SEIU, with the community are really important values. And I think Ms. DeFore would do a great job representing the district on the board.
Well, Mr. Chair, on something like this, I'm going to defer to those that are familiar with these individuals, so I will support Supervisor Hartman.
Yeah, and strangely enough, in our office, we read through the various applications, and not having any background on the situation, we came to the same conclusion that my fellow supervisors have on the right candidates. So at this time, I'd accept a motion.
So I would move that this board appoint Kim DeFore to the Ivy Reckham Park District Board.
I'd second.
Okay, and that would also include other recommendation actions A and C. All right. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Oppose? Motion passes unanimously. All right. Well, thank you all for attending and for speaking, and for all the applicants. All right, that brings us now to departmental item number 9. Madam Clerk, will you please read that into the record?
Chair Nelson and members of the board, departmental item number 9 is from the Treasurer Tax Collector. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding the Always Full LLC appeal of assessed transient occupancy tax, also known as TOT, interest and penalties.
I think this time we will turn it over to Leanne Haggerty in the Treasurer Tax Collector's office.
Good afternoon, Chair Nelson and members of the board. Always Full LLC is appealing the tax collector's final TOT audit determination for their vacation rental located in Los Olivos. Next slide, please. These other slides, there we go. As an overview, the county's TOT ordinance requires every hotel, motel, and vacation rental operator in the unincorporated areas of the county to collect TOT from transients who stay for 30 consecutive days or less. Operators are required to register their vacation rentals with the tax collector within 30 days after commencing business. If any operator fails to collect and remit the tax to the tax collector, then the tax collector is to basically audit the rental activity in order to determine and assess the tax, interest, and penalties on the operator. Next slide. The tax collector enforces the TOT ordinance in various ways. The tax collector's website has extensive information on TOT collection requirements. We conduct TOT audits primarily initiated by change of ownership status. We recently completed 2 such audits, and due to public complaints. We currently have 3 active audits in this category. One is the Always Full, and then 2 others. We send penalty and interest assessment letters to operators due to late payment of TOT. These average 1 to 2 notices a month. And we review various media to identify new vacation rentals or hotel closures. Next slide. The Always Full audit covered the period of January 2017 through December 2019. During the period of the audit, the appellant did not hold a TOT certificate and did not remit TOT to the county. We reviewed tax returns, profit and loss statements, bank statements, and detailed information from 2 of the 3 vacation rental sites used by the appellant. Detailed reports from VRBO and Home Away show the tax was collected and was included in the charges and collected from transients. The Airbnb information was not provided. The tax was approximately 12% of the taxable revenue showing on the reports, which closely matches the TOT tax rate. It was noted that all of the rental sites used by Always Full have clear instructions on who is responsible for collection and remittance of TOT. In the county's case, it's the operator's responsibility to do this. The final determination was that the amount due to the county is $127,822.61. And the liability calculation spreadsheet was included with the board hearing materials. Next slide. Always Full appeal issues are as follows. Issue 1, appellant claims that as a resident of Los Angeles, she had no knowledge of the TOT and was never advised of it. Our response is that the requirement to collect and remit TOT is published within the county code Chapter 32, which is available online.
Excuse me, sorry, Leanne, you started trailing off a little bit. If you can just move a little bit closer to your microphone. Oh. Thank you.
Okay. Should I start on issue 1 again, or no?
No, issue 2 is fine, thank you.
We heard you, you're fine. But
okay, all right. The county has no further legal duty to notify hotel operators of this responsibility to collect the TOT. Issue 2, the appellant essentially argues that she was singled out for enforcement by the county and therefore does not owe this TOT. Our response is that the Always Full audit is the first of 3 recent audits of short-term rentals initiated after the county received complaints about these rentals. And the tax collector has initiated many other TOT enforcements through letters that have resulted in payment. Next slide. And finally, these are the actions the tax collector recommends that your board take. Conduct a hearing on the appeal, uphold the tax collector's determination and deny the appeal request, adopt the findings proposed by the tax collector, and determine that these actions are not a project under CEQA. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Ms. Haggerty. All right, before we move on to the appellant, I need a call for ex parte communication. Do any of my colleagues have any ex parte communication to report? Supervisor Hartman.
In late 2019, I was contacted by a community member about this case, and I did connect them and had arranged for a meeting with our treasurer tax collector.
All right. Anybody else? Supervisor Williams?
None that I'm aware of, anyway.
Supervisor Lavanino?
I have no ex parte.
Supervisor Hart? Okay, and I also had no ex parte communication on this appeal. All right. With that now, we're going to go ahead and turn to the appellant. I understand that we have Mr. or Ms. Leaf who will be presenting, and you have 10 minutes. You're on mute, Mr. Leaf. Okay, there you are.
How about now?
Yep.
Okay, great. Yeah, my wife is actually the person involved, and she's going to speak to this. So I'll let her go ahead. Susan Lee.
Hello. Thank you very much, and I'm addressing the board. I hope that you can have an open heart and open ears to my position and my thoughts on this, as well as the important points that Leanne has brought up. I know that there is a neighbor that is completely separate from me, that has had a very nasty approach to a lot of the neighbors. That is a side point, but I was harassed by this person, and she in turn claims things that I do not feel are correct or appropriate. I don't mind the dogs barking or howling. Those are our dogs. As soon as the TOT notified me, I did stop right away. I hand collected and brought in every cancel check, every P&L, everything that I could gather from my bookkeeper. And my bookkeeper did he does all the finances and all the bookkeeping. And my niece, Shayna Leeds, did all of the bookings for the Airbnb. I'm not very computer savvy. In fact, I usually work off of my iPad personally. I was not aware. It is true that I lived in Los Angeles, and in 2018 married my former sweetheart, and moved to Santa Barbara County, where we live now. And I have put my place up for sale. I have never done Airbnb again, although I did apply and get homestay. I know it's important for revenue, to have tourism and all that stuff. And I did have tourism, but I was not aware of the TOT. I was not. I would take a lie detector test. I do not play games. I don't even play card games. My bookkeeper, it is true that he deposited, I think, $13,000 worth of a separate column, which was apparently for tax. But he said he didn't know. It was not clearly marked, and I believe him. I hired a lawyer to help speak for me, but I think I can speak best for myself. I can speak plainly to this. And on top of immediately stopping, bringing in every bit of paperwork and financials, I am fined not only for what I didn't know, and the laws kept changing. I was reading the local paper who said, they're deliberating over, short-term rentals. And I was glued to it, watching it. It never talked about transient occupancy tax. And and by the time I got this, I didn't even know what TOT was. And then Shayna, when I called her, my niece, and I said, what is this all about? And she said, oh, I think they collect it and pay for it. And we then looked up Airbnb, and in certain counties, they do collect it. And we were looking under the list of all the counties, and Santa Barbara is not collected by Airbnb. And the other thing I had was VRBO. I'm not sure which one Leanne is referring to as far as the third, unless it's owned by one or the other of those two, Airbnb or VRBO. But that was my livelihood, and I took a property that needed TLC, and I cared for it. I fixed it up. I rented it out, and my goal was to be able to have it help support itself with my mortgage and my taxes and my property taxes, and have it for my family to come to. And I'm not a thief in the night. I'm not a bad person. I'm a solid citizen. My family are civil servants and school teachers, and I feel I do feel singled out, Leanne. When this whole thing started, I was the only person that probably brought in all their financials, and Wendy Tillman was after me, telling me that she was a judge and telling me that she's a lawyer, and really just hounding me. It was a shock, because she had always purported to be my friend. And then this, she wanted me to go and date somebody that was a friend of hers, which I never did. I didn't want to. Anyway, I really did feel singled out, and I was the only person when this all started. I'm going to hand it over to my husband, Robert Leaf.
Hi.
And
I just want to say a couple of things, and not in my capacity or not wearing my hat as a lawyer for 60 years, and not wearing my hat as the lawyer who helped Santa Barbara get its share of the tobacco money 25 years ago, which is now over $100 million. I'm glad to have done that. We also did it for the other 57 counties and for 7 other states. But in any event, here's a case of Wendy Tillman. As Supervisor Hartman, I think, referenced her, and we've seen from the correspondence and the emails that Wendy Tillman reached out to the tax collector, reached out to Supervisor Hartman. But you know what she should have done? Guess what, guys? She should have reached out to my wife.
Yeah.
And she should have said, oh, Susan, there's a TOT. You don't know what that is, but you have to pay a tax. Now, Wendy Tillman, of course, is a judge imposter. She's never been a judge. She's not even a licensed lawyer. And it's very, very troublesome for me to hear this person hold herself out as a judge and a lawyer. But besides that, I'd like to ask the tax collector or his assistant, is Wendy Tillman, as a whistleblower, collecting any of the money you purport to attempt to recover?
Mr. Leaf, can I ask you to speak to the merits of the appeal and not?
No, I'd like an answer to my question.
It is a part of the
It
school
is, it's part of the
case.
merits.
I am being charged not only for something I didn't know about, and no notice was ever sent to me, ever. And I am also charged on top of that fines and late fees. So, you know, I do feel that here's somebody that did know what it was, did know about it, and she could have told me about it. And, you know, that would have been a different matter entirely. Her name came up at a neighborhood party, and one woman was in tears and hysteria. Another woman walked out. That woman is a very evil person who has hurt a lot of people. And I know that, you know, this is somebody that, you know, you've interacted with. And
Ms. Tillman, Ms. Tillman, you got about 30 seconds left here. So if you want to wrap up.
I do not.
Sorry, Ms. Leaf, I apologize. If you want to wrap up, you have about 30 seconds.
Okay, I did not know about the TOT. I was never sent a notice. And in addition to that, I'm given fines. And I do not feel that it was an honest and honorable, you know, assessment. I do not. And I am one of the constituents. I am, you know, one of the people, taxpayer.
All right, Ms. Leaf, that is your time. Thank you. Mr. Counsel?
Chair and Supervisors, I don't think that the comment about any financial reward is actually relevant to the merits, but I think the record would be helped by me first stating that our county code does not provide any form of bounty for complaints, and maybe hearing briefly from Ms. Haggerty that no bounty of any form has been paid or will be paid in this case.
Ms. Haggerty, can you provide clarification on that?
Yeah, that is correct. There's no bounty or any finder's fee paid to anybody.
All right. Thank you. Okay. At this time, Madam Clerk, do we have any public comment on this item?
Chair Nelson and members of the board, we do not have any requests to speak on this item.
All right. Now back for board deliberations. Supervisor Hartman.
I did have a question, and that is, when did Always Full get a homestay permit? I assume that when you get the permit, you get noticed about your tax responsibilities.
Is that a question for?
I don't know if it's the treasurer or P&D or who could answer that. Even
Ms. Haggerty, do you know the answer to that question?
Yes. Supervisor Hartman, through the chair, I believe that the homestay permit was issued for this location on January or February of 2020. And that's also when they received a TOT certificate from us.
Okay. All right. Are there other questions for staff from the board? I have a question for Ms. Haggerty. You know, I'm looking at the numbers, and the $99,000 of the unpaid TOT taxes. You came to that number through your audit, and I understand you got the information from VRBO and Home Away. Does that include maybe an estimate from Airbnb? How does that exactly do you come to that number?
We looked at their profit and loss statements, and we compared it to their tax returns to make sure they tied. And then we also looked at their bank statements to check their deposit history. We were also given more detailed information on from Home Away and VRBO, more detailed information by individual. And so we use that to see, and we actually, that point, we could see that there was a tax column. So yes, that's about how we work an audit.
So what was the tax rate during the period of time in question?
It was 12%.
12%, okay. All right, so you feel like that number is accurate from both Airbnb, VRBO, and HomeAway?
It's best we can do, yes. Yeah, we were not given the detailed information from Airbnb, so this, I feel good about it, at least yeah, I would say yes.
All right, and these, since you work with this every day, these companies, they actually, when you book a reservation, you're paying the rate and the tax to VRBO or to Airbnb?
No, what you need to do is when the person sets up the their rental on the sites, from what I read, this is only from, I've not had experience setting my own rental up, but what I read was that the person who sets it up is responsible for setting all of the rates, including any tax that may be charged. So that's how that's set.
Gotcha. So she didn't collect TOT necessarily and then just didn't remit it. She just didn't charge it or remit it.
It appeared that from the reports that a TOT tax was collected.
Okay. All right. Supervisor Lavanino.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Haggerty, I'm curious, like, how many of these do we have in the county now, just ballpark?
How many?
Of paying, of folks that are collecting?
We have over 300 active short-term rentals and about over 30 active hotels. So,
But just, I'm talking about independently owned people with their own homes.
300, over 300.
Okay. And those, and out of that, we have maybe less than a handful that we're dealing with right now that have failed to pay?
Right now, we have 2 active audits as well as always full. So 3 active audits going on for short-term vacation rentals.
Okay. Is there anything different than we've done with these other ones that somehow they figured out our system of how to get us our TOT as opposed to this particular one?
I don't quite understand your question.
What I'm saying is, when I know she feels like she's being singled out for enforcement, but is there some packet that we did not mail them that we've mailed to these other 300 that somehow they figured out how to pay the TOT and these folks got left out in the cold?
Yeah,
or is everybody treated the same?
They're all treated the same.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not sure how other people found out about it. Sometimes they apply for homestay permits and they find out about it that way. Other times they use rental businesses that will actually do it all for them. And then sometimes they're on their own. But yeah, I'm not sure exactly how people find out.
Okay. Well, you know, and in listening to this couple, I have, you know, I want them to understand that I'm not passing a judgment on their character or anything else. It's just, this is a reality of what the law requires. And it's not fair to the other 300 if you're not paying your fair share. I mean, the minute you don't pay your fair share, then the other 299 are going to feel like they don't have to pay theirs. So unfortunately, I believe, you know, I will say first, I am not a lawyer, but I've always heard that ignorance of the law is not an excuse. And unfortunately, you know, when you're going into a venture like this, you need to, you know, pay attention and follow the rules.
All right. We're going to go to Mr. Gazzoni and then to Supervisor Hartman, then Supervisor Hart.
Chair and Supervisors, since there was a question and answer period with staff after the appellant.
May I speak on my own behalf, please?
Ms. Leaf, could you please hold for a moment? We'll come back to you here
Yes.
shortly.
Since there was a question and answer period with staff after the appellant presented, I'd recommend providing a short, perhaps a 2-minute rebuttal to the appellant so they could address anything that came up during that back and forth.
Okay, so let's go ahead and finish with any questions that we have for staff or the Leafs, and then we'll go back to Ms. Leaf for rebuttal. Supervisor Hartman, then Supervisor Hart.
So the The TOT is for the period January 2017 through December 2019. When did our short-term rental farm stay ordinance go into effect? And I gather that first got a permit in January 2020, but do we know when a permit for a short-term rental would have been required? Because if one had applied, if one was following this in the papers and the news and learned that you should apply for a permit, then that would have been one avenue to learn about the TOT.
Is she answering?
Do we have that answer in-house? Ms. Hager, do you know when our short-term rental ordinance came into effect? And
I have a guess, but I wasn't going to guess. I think it was 2018. I think it was October 2018.
Sounds about right.
Yeah.
Okay, Supervisor Hart?
Well, while we're in this hearing, I Googled, do you have to pay tax on a vacation rental in Santa Barbara County? And the answer on Google, the very first response is every hotel, motel, and individual vacation rental operator in the unincorporated areas of Santa Barbara County are required to collect the transient occupancy tax, TOT, from transients who stay for a period of 30 consecutive days or less. So it doesn't take a lot to find out what you need to do legally.
Right. Supervisor Williams, and then I will go back to the Leafs for actually a 5-minute rebuttal to the questions that have been asked by the board.
Well, first of all, I just want to express empathy. I don't fault the appellant, Ms. Leaf, for not knowing. We did discuss it, TOT, extensively at the hearings. And there is information out there, but I understand. As Mr. Leaf has, I'm sure, made the case more than once, lack of knowledge about the responsibility does not absolve the responsibility. And obviously there's also this issue of that at least one of these entities, TOT was being collected, right? Just not remunerated to the county. And so, I'm not today pronouncing judgment on Ms. Leaf, but I can assure you, you're not being singled out. We made the very strong directive to staff to try to beef up our ability to make sure that everybody is paying TOT, and we told them to go after back TOT when it was owed to the county. So this is exactly what we asked for as a matter of public policy, and the reason is because this money doesn't belong to us, it belongs to the people. It belongs to the purposes that are used with this revenue. And so I'm happy that you're living here permanently. You may be a resident of Ms. Hartman's district, but I'm happy that you met Mr. Leaf, and I'm sure you'll be in my district because he frequents those spots, and I hope I run into you. But and welcome to the community, and I know this is a hard subject, but I can assure you, you are not being singled out. This is what we would do to anybody, and we are aware that some people we do not catch without whistleblowers. That's just the way it is. We actually encourage people to tell us. While I would rather live in the world where neighbors are neighbors first, I do think it's a legitimate thing for us as a government entity to take the information from folks in the public to make sure that everybody's paying their taxes.
All right, thank you Supervisor Williams. Ms. Leaf, before we go to you, County Council?
Chair and Supervisors, just to fill in a question that Supervisor Hartman had, I'm looking at the Land Use and Development Code, which recites that ordinance number 5014, short-term rentals ordinance amendment, was adopted in October 2017. So operative approximately 30 days after that.
Thank you. All right, Ms. Leaf, this is an opportunity to rebut any of the questions or the information that we got from Ms. Haggerty. And so, I asked you to keep it to the merits and to the questions that have been asked.
Thank you very much. I would like to begin, contrary to what Ms. Haggerty believes, I never, ever got a packet. I never knew about TOT. I would have been happy to charge somebody $5 or $10 for their stay. It would have meant nothing to pass that along. Why would I not have done that? I am not somebody that's going to say there would be no way for you to show that I had a packet. Nothing was ever sent to me. I know that during this hearing, you can look online and see that tax is owed because we're discussing it now. But I didn't know to look online. I didn't know taxes was owed. Nobody alerted me and said, hey, taxes might be owed. I would look online. That I can do. I'm not super savvy with the computer, but I know how to go to Safari and Google. But that would have told me, just like, the gentleman that looked it up just now. I do not feel that I should be having late fees and fines. Even, if I am charged with $99,000, I can even understand that. I do not understand the punitive aspects that Leanne and the board wants to throw at me. I don't feel that's right. I don't feel it's honorable. And I don't think it's a proper action. I do not. If I wantonly abused the tax situation, that would be a whole nother matter, but I did not. So that, Robert, do you want to add anything?
I just want to add one thing. We did offer in writing, you have that, to pay the $99,000. My wife is right. We just felt that the fine and the interest were inappropriate. We offered to pay the $99,000. And the sad part of all this is, all I'm going to say, as a result of this, my wife is now selling her property. That's unfortunate. And you don't want to have this happen throughout the county. Thank you.
Thank you for listening to us. I know it's against what you would like to do, but I pray that you listen also to our side and the fact that I do not feel that we should be paying fines on top of something that I was never notified.
Thank you, Ms. Leaf. Mr. Gazzoni?
Thank you.
Chair and Supervisors, I'd just like to lengthen my earlier short answer on short-term rentals. That was adopted October 3rd, 2017, became effective about 30 days later, but it did have a delayed phase-in for almost a full year on the phase-in until 2018.
Okay, thank you. Any further comments or deliberations from the board? Well, I want to just echo what I've heard from some of my colleagues. I don't know who your neighbor is. I've never been contacted by your neighbor. There's no connection between the complaint and the duty to pay on this. And so I just wanted to let you know that I do appreciate you and your family as civil servants. This isn't a character judgment. Us on the board have a fiduciary duty to the taxpayers, and out of general fairness to uphold our tax code, and that includes our transit occupancy tax, hotel tax. And while I sympathize with the two of you, I don't have any choice but to uphold the terrestrial tax collector's determination. Are there any further comments from the board or a motion?
So I would move staff recommendation A through D in our board letter of today.
Second.
All right, I have a motion and a second. Do we need to do a roll call for this type of, nope, all right. So any further discussion on the motion or the second? So all those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? The motion passes unanimously. Thank you. With that, we now come to our final item of the day, departmental item number 10. Madam Clerk, will you please read that item into the record? And also, we're going to be hearing administrative item 67. Would you want to read them both into the record?
Chair Nelson and members of the board, it appears that we are still waiting on a few presenters for departmental item number 10. Perhaps we could take a quick 5-minute break.
We'll take a 5-minute break.
Great, thank you.
All right. Next item again is departmental item number 10, as well as administrative item 67. Madam Clerk, will you read those into the record?
Yes, Chair Nelson and members of the board. Departmental item number 10 is from Community Services, and it is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding a Juneteenth celebration and community report on work being done for the advancement of Black and African American equity in Santa Barbara County. And in addition, we have a resolution associated with this item today, administrative item number 67, that we will take action on after departmental item number 10, sponsored by Supervisor Williams and Supervisor Hart, to adopt a resolution proclaiming June 19th, 2021 as Juneteenth in Santa Barbara County and commemorating the freeing of enslaved people in the United States.
All right, Mr. Chapchin, we'll kick things off.
Good afternoon, Chair Nelson and members of the board. Today, two different community organizations, the NAACP Santa Maria Lompoc and Healing Justice Santa Barbara, have been invited to share information regarding their work to organize Juneteenth commemoration events in Lompoc and Santa Barbara, as well as additional programs.
I'm sorry, George, to interrupt. You are a little muffled and low. Is there a way to move closer to your microphone?
To do that. Is that better?
That is better. Thank you.
I'll start again. Two different community organizations, the NAACP, Santa Maria Lompoc, and Healing Justice Santa Barbara, have been invited to share information regarding their work to organize Juneteenth commemoration events in Lompoc and Santa Barbara, as well as additional programs, projects, and initiatives they have been working on to support and uplift Black and African American people in Santa Barbara County. Previously, the Community Service Department's Office of Arts and Culture Division has worked with both of today's presenting organizations in different capacities, including re-granting state CARES arts and culture support from the California Arts Council. Healing Justice received additional grants from the City of Santa Barbara and the Arts Commission through grant programs administered by our Office of Arts and Culture. Currently, the NAACP, Lompoc Santa Maria, and Healing Justice Santa Barbara are working with us as grant recipients for the county equity allocation to uplift BIPOC artists and cultural expression. For the first presentation, I'm pleased to welcome Ms. LaWanda Lyons-Pruitt, who has served as the president of the Santa Maria Lompoc branch of the NAACP since 2007. Ms. Lyons-Pruitt has spent decades advancing civil rights, diversity, tolerance, and equity and inclusion. She worked for the county for 38 years, serving as the chief investigator for the County of Santa Barbara Public Defender's Office until she retired in 2016. She was the first African-American female to hold the distinction of chief investigator in the state of California. Ms. Lyons-Pruitt currently serves on the City of Santa Maria Police Department's Police Advisory Board as a grant-making committee member with the Fund for Santa Barbara, on the County Public Health COVID-19 Task Force, and Behavioral Wellness Cultural Competency Committee, in addition to numerous other additional volunteer leadership roles. I'd like to welcome Ms. Lyons-Pruitt to do her presentation.
Welcome, Ms. Lyons-Pruitt.
Thank you, Chairman Nelson and members of the board. Thank you for having us today and recognizing the importance of Freedom Day, also known as Juneteenth. You all know that Juneteenth began on June 19th, 1865, and it commemorates the date that slaves in the state of Texas received the Emancipation Proclamation, which was actually issued January 1st, 1863 by President Lincoln. However, it took 2.5 years to reach Texas because the Union troops did not go that far. They were slow getting there. And so it took a little while longer to reach, a long time actually, to reach Texas. It's celebrated in most major cities across the United States. And there's a campaign underway now to recognize it as a national holiday. Traditional celebrations include rodeos, street fairs, cookouts, family reunion, park parties, which we will be having, and includes public readings of the Emancipation Proclamation readings of work by noted African American writers such as Ralph Ellison, who wrote The Invisible Man, Maya Angelou, I Know Why the Cage Birds Sing, and also wrote the poem On the Puffs of Morning for the inauguration of President William Jefferson Clinton on January 20th, 1993. It also includes like old spiritual songs like Swing Low, Sweet Chariot, the Black Negro National Anthem, Lift Every Voice and Sing, and historical reenaction. I'm pleased that this time, my guest, we were going to do it live, but he had to leave. Reverend Darrell Tullis from he's an NAACP executive committee member and pastor of the House of the Lord Church in Lompoc, to give us such a reenactment. And I believe, do we have that available on video? Thank you.
We were once kings and queens. We had subjects who loved us and who knew that we loved them. We come from a rich land, a land full of diamonds, gold enough to cover the pyramids, oil. All the riches of the world were found in our country. But then a day came when men from a foreign, strange land came to our country, and they stripped us of everything. They stripped us of our crowns. They stripped us of our jewels. They raped and pillaged the land. And they took us, kings and queens, and they took us to a foreign land where they made us something other than we had ever recognized before in our lives. You see, yes, there's always been slavery, but the slavery that we experienced in our country were between villages. And once that time was over, the fighting was over, then those people from the other villages could become part of our village, and the slavery would end. But in this land where we were taken into a land where we were made slaves for 400 plus years. And we were stripped of everything, from our jewels, our clothing, our cultures, even our languages were taken from us. Everything that was regal and royal about us was taken away. We were completely stripped down from our heads to our toes, to our feet, our shoes. Everything about us was taken away. We lost our languages, we lost our culture, we lost everything. We became slaves. We even lost our accents. To one day, we now sound like those who enslaved us. And we no longer have the royal, regal sound of the African. We are now the African American. And there's a song that was made that encapsulates all of our experience. That song goes like this. Here we all work on the Mississippi. That's the old man that I long to be. What does he care if the world's got troubles? What does he care if the land ain't free? Old Man River, that old man River, he don't say nothing. He must know something. He keeps on rolling. He just keeps rolling along. He don't plant potatoes. He don't plant cotton. And them that plant some is soon forgotten. But old man River, he just keeps rolling along. You and me, we sweat and strain, bodies all aching and racked with pain. Tote that barge and lift that bale. You get a little drunk and you lands in jail. I get weary and sick of trying. I'm tired of living, but scared of dying. But on my river, he just keeps rolling on. That's what the spirit of Africa has left with us.
Yes. Wow. Even though he had to leave, I can still feel his presence. I want to thank Reverend Tullis. He was with us all day today, but unfortunately had to leave. Do we have the Juneteenth flyer? So there is a beautiful Juneteenth flyer with the County of Santa Barbara helping us to actually put our Juneteenth celebration on this year. We want to thank you. You can see Reverend Tullis live, and you can see some of the events that we're having. You can even see Chairman Nelson and Supervisor Hartman. They will be present, as well as our congressman also, to help us celebrate this Saturday from 11 to 5 at Ryan Park. And we invite all of you and welcome you to celebrate freedom with us on Saturday, the 19th from 11, it says 4, but I think it's actually 11 to 5 at Ryan Park in Lompoc. And it's fun for the whole family. We'll have bake-offs, a peach cobbler, and red velvet cake, and just all type things to do that day. Thank you. So I also want to share with you all some of the work that we have been involved in the past year. This was a tough year, not only for me, but for everyone, I'm sure. We continue our work to reduce racial and ethnic disparities in criminal justice, education, employment, housing, health, by attending meetings, forums, speaking up and speaking out. And as our late Congressman John Lewis says, getting in good trouble, necessary trouble. As was mentioned earlier, we're members of the Santa Barbara County Public Health, Latinx, and Indigenous Migrant COVID-19 Task Force, and have been and continue to work closely with the Public Health Department. In partnership with Grace Temple Missionary Baptist Church in Lompoc United Domestic Workers in Santa Maria, Lideris Campesina in Santa Maria. We've held 4 vaccine clinics and have put shots in the arms of approximately 293 county residents. And with our partnership with the Santa Barbara County Public Health Department, signing up people through various pharmacies and also through their equity program, that number is closer to 400 shots in arms. We presently have 6 people, including 2 people with Collective Culture Creating Change, C4 Lompoc, leading our efforts to educate and vaccinate our community members, and all of our outreach is made possible with funding and guidance from United Way Vaccine Equity Project, Together Towards Health, Public Health Institute, Vaccine Outreach, and of course our fabulous Public Health Department. In fact, we will have the mobile vaccine unit at our Juneteenth celebration. And just like the state of California, we will be offering that for cash, except we're calling this Juneteenth back. In our vaccine effort, we were approached by Stacy Miller Consultant, who produced this PSA that we will now show to you. May we have the video? My sister Essie and I grew up in rural Mississippi. Essie worked with disabled adults and continued this work throughout the pandemic. Last year, Essie got sick with COVID, was hospitalized, and passed away 3 days before her 61st birthday. Essie's death has been devastating to our family. My mom, my aunt, they were both very emotional. I had to hold some of my emotions and the grief that I felt inside so that I could help them through their grief. I don't want to see you have to do the same. Essie didn't live long enough to get the vaccine, but you can. Please take your shot to stop COVID-19. And as emotional, my sister Essie, thank you. And as emotional as that is for me, I believe it's necessary that we educate and that we put the message out there for our community. We inform them, we don't force them, but we put the information out there, which is what the NAACP is trying to do with our work around COVID. It has been my pleasure to share some of our work that we're doing with you. And I thank you for your help with making Juneteenth possible and look forward to any questions that you might have. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lyons-Pruitt.
Thank you, Ms. Lyons-Pruitt. For the second presentation today, I'm pleased to welcome Healing Justice Santa Barbara. Juneteenth Santa Barbara, in partnership with Healing Justice Santa Barbara, is organizing Juneteenth programming in Santa Barbara and also virtually. Presenting on behalf of Healing Justice are Simone Aquila Ruskamp and Mariah Jones Visquera. Ms. Ruskamp is a co-founder of Healing Justice and Juneteenth Santa Barbara and is currently working on a Master's of Social Work at Howard University, an historically Black university in Washington, D.C., where she serves as the Vice President of Howard University's School of Social Work Student Council Association. Ms. Ruskamp has led successful de-escalation campaigns working to secure monies for mental health positions and establishing city and county institutional support for Black cultural events and to designate sites of Black Santa Barbara history as historic landmarks to protect them from gentrification. Ms. Jones Visquera is a co-organizer of Healing Justice Santa Barbara and helped organize In Abundance, a project that helped support Black-owned restaurants in Santa Barbara by providing families in the Black community with a hot meal. She also has helped provide the Black houseless community with hygiene kits during the holidays. She co-organized the events of Black History Month and recently became one of the organizers of Santa Barbara's first Community Formation Commission. So I'd like to welcome the two of them, Ms. Kemp, Ms. Mascara, and Ms. Roskamp, to present.
Thank you very much for having us here today. I will go ahead and just begin with the presentation, as we have been sitting here for approximately 8 hours to give this presentation. So again, we are Healing Justice Santa Barbara, and we do this for the love of all Black folks. Next slide, please. Here we have our collective leadership, beginning with Crystal Farmer Seagart. She is a longtime friend of mine, now organizing sister and one of the co-founders of Healing Justice. Next, we have one of the most amazing humans I've ever been able to share space with. She's such an inspiration. Also one of our co-founders, Simone Ruskamp. Then myself, Mariah Jones-Bascara. I'm a mother first, wife second, and co-organizer with Healing Justice, as well as the co-event planner for Juneteenth, alongside my amazing sister, Letitia Forney-Resch. Letitia Forney-Resch is not only a co-organizer with Healing Justice or my co-event planner for Juneteenth Santa Barbara 2021, but she also owns her own business. We show up today not only as organizers and activists, but for mothers. Unfortunately, due to the lack of respect you all have for our time, Crystal was not able to join because, as I mentioned in this morning's 8:30 meeting, she is 9 hours ahead of us, as you all are very well aware of. Simone is 3 hours ahead and should be putting her little one down for bed, but instead we have been required to pivot our entire day to accommodate this meeting. In addition, both myself and Letitia are in the thick of it, Juneteenth planning this week, but you also know that. I wish that you had shown us the same respect as our white counterparts, that were able to name what time they wouldn't be available, and that Black lives were a priority while preparing today's schedule. And with that, next slide, please.
I have a question.
Yes.
Of our chair. I'm just curious when you let the other folks know what time their meeting was going to be. I mean, I don't understand. If we can go to the...
Well, I'll just answer. The request when this item came was that to be the last item of the day.
Right, okay.
And so that was...
Unfortunately,
that request.
as happens at every meeting, we end up with a longer agenda than we had originally planned. And in order to be respectful to everybody that comes to us, we listen to everybody, we answer their questions, and it sometimes takes longer than we had anticipated.
I just want to interject because I think it's important that we be truthful and honest. We are definitely going to take the opportunity to present here today, but I do think the public should know that we were never given the option of picking what time. And at the 8:30 check-in meeting, other folks from the County of Santa Barbara were allowed to say what specific time they wanted to present, and we were not. So for example, in regarding the renaming of Vandenberg for Space Force, someone was able to say, oh, actually, this, I think it was a sergeant, I'm not sure his rank, is only available at this time. And so they need to present before that. And they were given a courtesy. We were not, even after we explained that all of us have young children that we're caring for, all of us has jobs that we were trying to complete while waiting for a significant amount of time. And checking in. So I do think that, especially if we're going to name that, yes, there's a long list of items, we should also be clear that some people were allowed a specific window and were allowed to say, this is when I'm available, and we were not given that courtesy. We can continue with our presentation.
Ms. Ruskamp, I commit to help making sure this isn't a problem again next year, and we're glad to talk to you offline about the process moving forward.
Yeah, thank you. We can go back to our presentation. I think the full truth should be available. So I'll pass it back to Mariah.
Thank you, Simone. We are a Black-led and Black-centered organizing collective in Santa Barbara County, formed in response to the destabilizing impacts of racism and anti-Blackness. We aspire to build resilient communities for the African diaspora and other marginalized people along the Central Coast. We understand that our collective healing and liberation is essential to creating a more equitable Santa Barbara. Therefore, we center, uplift, and meaningfully create space that empowers all Black people, including Black LGBTQ+ people, Black people with disabilities, undocumented Black people, underserved Black people, and Black people that speak in African American vernacular English. We, Healing Justice Santa Barbara, would like to acknowledge, next slide. We, Healing Justice Santa Barbara, would like to acknowledge the traditional, ancestral, and unceded territory of the Chumash in which we are organizing today. As a Black-led and centered group, we deeply understand the ways that capitalism has succeeded by exploiting the labor of Black bodies. So to have these harmful systems benefited from obscuring the existence of Indigenous people, because by doing so, those aligned with colonialism can feel less conflicted about laying claim to land and resources which are not theirs. Our words and actions matter. It is not enough to point to public statements that repeat the values of diversity and inclusion. Instead, we must interrogate and actively respond to our own complicity in the oppression of others. Our communities are deserving of more, and so as a collective of stolen people organizing on stolen land, we fully support our Chumash siblings in pushing for Indigenous reparations and sovereignty. Next slide, please. Our movements themselves have to be healing, or there's no point to them. Kara, a Black queer person, created this framework for organizing that centers people with disabilities as well as contrast to burnt out culture. Next slide, please. Summer of 2020, we were intentional about not just gathering to gather, but really to commit to further actions. We gathered 3,000 plus in solidarity and left as 3,000 plus in action. Our activism as individuals spans over 5 years, but we understand that we are just a continuation of centuries of Black resilience in Santa Barbara. So with that, we would like to say thank you to every person that came out and showed their support and continues to show their support. Next slide, please. We have demanded full transparency and accountability from both the sheriff as well as the Santa Barbara Police Department. We have demanded and have been successful in declaring racism a public health emergency, as well as the protection and preservation of Black landmarks. Next slide, please. Simone, I believe that's you.
Thank you. So I'll be picking up with collective fruit. We really wanted to share this just to demonstrate that because of our positioning, because of our deep, deep commitment to Black folks, we have been able to support and provide resources, but also results, right, for the entire community. Because we understand that our liberation is tied, right? So that it's we focus on Black people, if we focus on the most marginalized person, that those fruit really do serve everyone. So that's everything. And I'm sorry, the screen is not displaying as well. That's everything from the, thank you. So that's everything from the establishment of the Formation Commission and police oversight, which really serves our entire community. It includes us redistributing emergency grants, so over $3,000 to Black residents all throughout Santa Barbara County. We also were successful in preserving St. Paul's as well as now Second Baptist Church in Santa Barbara, because we understand that we must protect sites of Black history rather than monuments to white supremacy. We created an entirely new equitable hiring process for the city, for their boards and commission. And that looked like us saying that we were not going to support or compromise on any board that had more than 60% of one gender. We were going to push to make sure that undocumented people are able to serve on their boards or commissions. We also wanted to make sure that people who were system impacted or formerly incarcerated should be able to serve on boards and commissions. We created this and we're incredibly proud at being successful of it, and are excited to share that now the city has taken that model and applied it to other boards and commissions. We also have created public art exhibitions that center on Blackness and healing. Also, I'm super, super proud to say that we established a healing center in partnership with UCSB and the Hosford Clinic to provide free therapy by Black clinicians to anyone in Santa Barbara County. Next slide, please. In addition to that, we have created a vision of what we would like to build. But rather than just sharing a statement, we have really been doing the work. So on the following slides of what I just shared, these are all examples of things that we have done before. So we have on here, and we have for 4 is our Black community meetings, right? So we've had these every single month, virtual, where people can join, share updates, talk about concerns. We also have been preserving a legacy. So I already mentioned the different work that we're doing to preserve Black landmarks, but besides that, we actually have been creating an archive of local Black history. We've partnered with the urban historian in the city of Santa Barbara to actually create a contact statement for the entire east side of Santa Barbara. In addition, we have hosted various voting panels to understand that Black people have many opinions, concerns, and questions, and those all should be uplifted. And so we have really empowered our community and raised our capacity to be engaged and to vote. Next slide, please. Oh, it looks like perhaps somehow in transferring, you all switched our slides around, but it's okay. I'll go through each of the things because they're so important. So I'll start with this one. I already mentioned our Hosford Clinic. Again, that provides free therapy to Black folks by Black clinicians. That was important to us because there were a lot of white clinicians who were reaching out to us, hoping to provide supports, but also not having done the work. And how do we respond care that is culturally sensitive and responsive? We also have created multiple showcases of Black joy. We've created an archive not just of Black history, but also of Black artists, of Black creatives. So we've done everything from photo shoots. We've done everything from different art documenting political issues. And also we created, and this is credit to Letitia, who was able to be here today, a mobile memorial to Black folks who have been killed by injustice and white supremacy. Here again, we have the Formation Commission. So again, we have really pushed for and again have been about the work, not just statements, to really create a historic Formation Commission for oversight. Next slide, please. We have not forgotten about children and families. So we have continued creating episodes of Chocolate Baby Storytime, where we have Black folks with disabilities, LGBTQIA Black folks, Black mothers, Black fathers, Black children, reading and creating entire programming for Black families. We did this again because there was nowhere in our county that was creating a story time that actually shared the stories of Black children or songs about Black children and joy. So we did that because we have been about the work. Number 8, another thing we've done is food justice. So besides supporting Black businesses and Black caterers, we actually coordinated with Black families to deliver hot meals prepared by Black creative people in our community to make sure that they were fed food that was meaningful to their spirits and their bodies. And then for 9, we focus on holistic healing. I'm almost getting overwhelmed telling you all the stuff we've been doing because it's been a lot. But let me just keep going. We also have been offering free yoga by Black practitioners so Black people can be even more comfortable in their bodies in many different spaces as we are meant to do. Next slide, please. In addition to that, as one of the founders of Juneteenth in partnership with Chiani Dree and Jordan Killebrew, we are now entering our 4th year of a citywide celebration of Juneteenth. We know that it is only going to grow. I will say that we started at a cookout. That time I had just had my daughter a month before, so I had a newborn, and we had planned this event at El Centro, right? We moved from there, which was us cooking all of the food, to a celebration in partnership with the library where we hosted over 400 people, to the pivot in COVID where Jordan and I personally edited hundreds of videos, right, about Black people in Santa Barbara, and our website was visited over 13,000 times. To this year's event, which is led by Letitia and Mariah, where we have a gallery space on State Street in Santa Barbara for the entire month, which has on display sculpture, art, mixed media. We also in that space have recorded additional Chocolate Baby Storytime, panels of Black folks and other people of color talking about what needs to happen to truly achieve Black liberation. We had concerts. We also in person will have a vaccine clinic, but we are really trying to show that we have been doing the work. We came to you all a year ago saying this is what our community needed and wanted, and the county was not providing it. And then rather than just give up, we created what we were missing. And so we really come to you today because we understand that Juneteenth in its entirety has not been realized, that investment is still lacking, because we know that the county just voted to provide equity money, but in the process, watered down the intention. So as myself and Crystal were used to have a task force on racial equity, we saw that then money was set aside for equity. And then we saw in how those grants would be handed out that the needs of Black folks were being deprioritized. And so we're coming here today to say again, we will not fight with other organizers for pennies. You all had a budget of over $500,000. Most of that money so far has already been given to HR of the county, so you essentially paid yourselves. And we're asking you, please do not do that. You have the opportunity to meaningfully invest in Black people, something that you actually promised people to do. And so we were here to tell you to keep that promise. We are asking today the same thing that we have asked of the city of Santa Barbara. We would like $500,000 over 2 years, and that's to establish a Black and African American Cultural Resource Center. Everything that we've shared today, the 10 different things, and again, that wasn't all the things that we've done. We have proven to you that we do the work, that we are successful, and that we center the most impacted people. And quite frankly, you all know too that we are doing the work that you all have refused to do. So we ask you today to meaningfully invest in this work, to not keep telling Black folks to wait, whether it's hours for meetings, whether it's months to even be a part of this agenda and speak on our own work, or years, because you all were elected to serve Black folks in your community. And many of you have not done so. So we need you to invest. Now we will pause. We actually have a collection of testimonials by Black people in your own community who are asking you to invest in this work. After that, Mariah and myself also have written testimonials from the Hawthorne Clinic, but also from Black artists who we have supported and whose work has been shared to further remind you of your commitment to the public, which includes Black people. So if you can share those videos, we will come back once those are completed.
Hi, I am the Reverend Dr. David Moore. I've been a minister in Santa Barbara for 38 years. And throughout that time and before, when I was a UCSB student in the 70s, I've noticed a steady decline in the African American population in our community. It is as though we have been ghosted by our city. We are unheard, we are unseen, and it is as though we have not made a contribution to the community, and that's unfair. And we feel sometimes edged out, we feel unappreciated. This is not to say that there are not several individuals who are allies, who support us, who encourage us. Santa Barbans with lots of love in their heart, which I greatly appreciate, but they are individuals. They need the support of the city officials. And so I am saying in behalf of not just myself, but my kids and grandkids and all of the people who are their age, who would like to have a future in the city that in many cases was built in large part by their parents and their grandparents and their great-grandparents, in some cases beyond that. Please, we want to have a space for ourselves before it's too late. Thank you.
Community is everything. Santa Barbara is historically, systematically, and intentionally anti-Black. Right now, we don't need BLM statements or virtue signaling from City Council. We need financial support of a Black and African Cultural Resource Center. My name is Jackie, and as a UCSB graduate student, clinician in training, and secretary of our Black Grad Student Association, I see firsthand how most of our Black students are feeling invalidated, isolated, and I would argue clinically depressed. While the rest of the county is returning to normal, we are suffering the consequences of the pandemic along with the structural racism of living here. A physical resource center and financial support from institutions that have harmed us. These are the necessary first steps in protecting the existence, livelihood, and wellness of our Black Santa Barbara community. Community is everything, and we should do all we can to support it right now. Thank you.
Hello, Jordan Killebrew, co-founder of Juneteenth Santa Barbara and fervent supporter of Healing Justice Santa Barbara. I come to you today, City Council, to urge your support and fiscal support, more importantly, towards a Black African American Cultural Resource Center. It's no surprise that our communities need more programs, and with that, we need spaces that are inclusive, spaces that are welcoming, spaces that provide much needed services for our Black community and also our most vulnerable. And so I urge you to please consider what a Black African American Cultural Resource Center would look like, especially as one that I received lots of proclamations and resolutions from the county and the city, could be a wonderful place to house our history and our efforts and our successes. I urge you and I thank you. Bye.
My name is Sojourner Kincaid Roll, and I'm here to support the request by Healing Justice Santa Barbara that the City Council make a commitment to the development of a Black African American Cultural Center for our community. This is a long overdue need. It has been expressed over generations by our different individuals and citizens and civic organizations and church groups and schools, and even our historical societies have long wanted to have a repository and a collective a place where they can find the collected history of the Santa Barbara Black community. Now is the time. We've spent the last month, actually the last year, discovering, documenting, and disseminating information about our rich cultural history. And there's much more to be done. There's much to be saved. There's much to be collected. And we hope that you will move forward in embracing this effort and make a strong commitment to its moving forward. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Warren Ritter, community member, currently serving as the president of Santa Barbara Young Black Professionals. I am voicing my support for the Black Cultural Resource Center because I believe it's a resource that will benefit this entire community. This center can be a place of celebration, a place to record history, a safe place for those searching for comfort. And I believe these are essential resources that people in a society need. If Santa Barbara is going to paint itself as a place of history and the ideal place to live, this Black Cultural Resource Center will make that more of a reality for all people. Hello, my name is...
It's important to have a Black African American Cultural Resource Center because we believe it's important to uplift and share and acknowledge Black history.
I also feel that Black history is American history, and then without these resource centers, a lot of the history of African Americans and Black history gets erased by the simple fact that it's not present in a place where people can refer to these places as historical cultural points as well.
It's important to have a Black African American cultural
So thank you for sharing those videos. I do have to say we were asked to send all of these videos over 2 weeks in advance. And so I'm a little sad and disappointed that you all weren't able to see Warren's face and what he had to share. I think this just gets to, we meet everything that we are requested to do by the deadline. So then to see our work not honored, it is really disappointing because we got it to you all within 2 days, which was the ask and which we were required to do. And to then see the errors and folks' videos not being played is quite disappointing because we were never told about this in advance. If you can go to the next slide, and then we can share our testimonials. As I mentioned before, we know we can do all of these things. We know that we will be successful. We know the programming that will be in this Black and African American Cultural Resource Center. And we know this because we have done all of these things before. And again, we have done them during a year where we were doing the work. And this is where we come to the county. And again, we went to the city as well, but we come to the county and say, you all have also had a year. And so what have you done? So we ask you to actually invest in the ongoing work that Healing Justice has been leading. We have met with many of you individually. We have asked many of you to make commitments and actually be about the work and not just share publicly that you were going to. So we now come to the county and to Board of Supervisors to say, do what you actually promised the public that you were going to do. Taking equity money, racial equity money, money to address anti-Blackness, and then paying yourselves or HR is not what the community asked you to do. Touting and bragging about paying us $5,000 for Juneteenth out of a pot of over $500,000 is not something that we should be bragging about. We need to make actual commitments. So I know Mariah now has a letter to share from one of our Black artisans. After that, I have a last letter to share from the Black clinicians, as I mentioned before, who we have provided monies to so they can provide therapy free of cost to Black local residents.
Now I will read a comment of support by a Santa Barbara local, as well as one of the artists featured in our gallery, Melanin, Tara Kobian. I am a local to Santa Barbara, some of my family being native to the area for generations. I had always been in the art scene since I can remember. I had approached art spaces with such enthusiasm for what I love to do most, but unfortunately wasn't met with the same energy. I was met with both homophobia, racism, and sexism in these spaces. I often found that I was the only person of color in these art areas and had difficulty in this industry. It was not until I moved away from my hometown that I found such queer and Black artists of color communities that allowed me to flourish and allocated the resources I needed to have an even playing field. Upon moving back to Santa Barbara, I again struggled to showcase my art and expand my business, which was heartbreaking for me considering this is my home. If it was not for Healing Justice and the Black community in Santa Barbara, I would not have the opportunity to display my artwork in a major gallery in town, be a main event photographer on State Street, or teach a photography program through a well-known arts program. Folks like me need resources in order to excel in a world not meant for us. We need a safe space to be our authentic selves and have access to connections that are often out of reach because of our sexuality or race. With these kinds of resources, we can see more Black and queer folks work in galleries, museums, and art spaces. This will encourage this upcoming generation to do the same and give them faith that they too have a place in the art world. So with that, I will ask, will you choose to partner with your community members who put you in those seats that you sit in today and help us create a Black and African American Cultural Resource Center, or will you willingly and knowingly choose anti-Blackness today?
And then this is a letter from the Healing Center. Again, this is a center that we helped establish at UCSB to meet the mental wellness needs of Black folks. Dear Santa Barbara Board of Supervisors, the Healing Center is in support of the demands brought forth by Healing Justice Santa Barbara. Psychological research has consistently demonstrated the toll that racial stress and trauma have on the well-being of Black people. This is a public health emergency that continues to severely impact our fellow community members. But there is a severe gap in community resources and services to support the Black community here in Santa Barbara. Various forms of institutional anti-Black racism, including mass incarceration, police killings, and brutality, the school-to-prison pipeline, and healthcare discrimination have led to dire consequences. Our Healing Center team recognizes the ongoing and enduring devastating effects of anti-Black racism and strives to provide a restorative space that acknowledges the depths of racism, as well as the unique and incredible resilience and strength of Black people. The partnership between the Healing Center Clinic and Healing Justice Santa Barbara is critical to the long-term goal of addressing racial trauma in the community. A central aspect of this goal is the establishment of a cultural resource center that centers our Black and African American community members. Since the launch of the Healing Center earlier this year, our clinic has been featured in several online and print media sources, including Santa Barbara News Press, News Hawk, KCSB, KCLU, and Voice Magazine. The Healing Center aims to expand mental health services with individual therapy, group therapy, psychoeducation, and this physical space off campus so that we can meet the demands driven by this media coverage. Mental health and wellness services will also be expanded to local Santa Barbara County schools, as well as Black communities across California's Central Coast. Support from our council members is crucial for ensuring that we are making financial investments for the well-being of our community members rather than investing in increasingly bloated policing budgets. In 2014, Santa Barbara residents marched to the county courthouse, to City Hall, and demanded that Black Lives Matter. Since then, Black people have continued to be killed by law enforcement officers who are supposed to protect and serve all communities. Last summer, following the murders of George Floyd, Breonna Taylor, and many other Black lives lost to police violence, Black residents and allies in Santa Barbara again marched through our city to demand again that Black Lives Matter. In the Healing Center stands in solidarity with Healing Justice SB and demanding transparency and accountability from Santa Barbara County Sheriff and Police Department to condemn police violence and brutality. We support the protection and preservation of Black landmarks in our local community. We are in support of a Black and African American Community Resource Center and annual Juneteenth celebrations to promote healing and well-being of Black residents and students. The Healing Center urgently asks you to demonstrate your commitment to preserving the Black lives in Santa Barbara community by fulfilling the demands of Healing Justice Santa Barbara. Signed by Isabel Fleury, a doctoral student clinician, Jason Fly, a doctoral student clinician, Jeanette Sims, the same title, Jasmine Ward, the same title, and Dr. Allison Cerezo, the licensed psychologist and faculty supervisor of the Healing Center. So with that, we would conclude our presentation. Again, we are very clear on our ask and wanting meaningful investment in the development of a Black and African American Cultural Resource Center. If we learn nothing from the holiday of Juneteenth, from the celebration, it should be that Juneteenth is a reminder of the goal of abolition, but also the ongoing work that is needed for Black liberation. We know that after the last enslaved folks were able to exercise their freedom in Texas, they were then met by violent Jim Crow, segregation, redlining, right? Even this year, we lived through an insurrection at the Capitol. We know that Black people are still not fully able to exercise their citizenship in this country. And because we are continuing on that quest, we would say that the county must partner with Black people and actually do the work, not just move funds around to pay yourselves, to pay watered down equity initiatives, but to actually confront and engage with anti-Blackness. We say this because the county was more than happy to call on Crystal and myself to set up a community town hall and not allow us to speak. So now that we have been allowed to speak, we are asking you to do what you keep saying you're going to do. Invest in this Black and African American Cultural Resource Center. Invest. Stop making these statements. Stop making these statements. So again, you have had a year. We have had a year. We have done the work. So what have you all been doing? And since you haven't been doing enough, what are you prepared to do? Thank you.
Thank you. Back to Mr. Chapchin, or, oh, sorry, public comment. Thank you. Can you hear me?
Chair Nelson and members of the board, thank you. If that concludes our presenters, we do have 4 requests to speak from the public. I do see 3 on Zoom, so if you are a member of the public and you have signed up to provide comment on departmental item number 10 for our Juneteenth celebration and community report, please do so now. Otherwise, we will begin with Azure Stewart, to be followed by Lee Heller. Oh, I just received word that Lee Heller is no longer speaking, so we'll begin with Azure Stewart, to be followed by Ash Valenti.
Hi, can you guys hear me okay?
Yes, we can, thank you.
Okay. I'm calling in support of Healing Justice. I'm a former resident of Santa Barbara County. I would like to uplift the motion to create a Black and African American Cultural Resource Center. Having a community center and space is vital to the Black community in Santa Barbara. There has been a consistent erasure of our presence and its historical roots and contributions in the community. As an educator who's formerly worked in the community, I've seen students struggling to find a space, not only in their actual educational institutions, but also outside of that space. I would like to encourage you guys to follow through on their demands and fulfill their requests. Thank you.
We will now go to Ash Valenti, to be followed by Felicity Landa.
Hello, Ash Valenti. Thank you for that presentation. I've watched Healing Justice do some amazing things in the recent times, and I would like to speak in support of the establishment of a Black African American Cultural Resource Center. And thank you.
We will now go to Felicity Landa, who is our final speaker.
Hi, I am speaking today as a resident and community member, also uplifting Healing Justice. I've been participating in these county board meetings and city council meetings for a year, ever since supervisors and city council members made the commitment to do better at supporting Santa Barbara County's Black and African American community. And I've seen almost none of those things come through, regardless of the persistence that this community has shown in support of Healing Justice and all the work that they have done, as they have shown today. I am echoing their demands of $500,000 to set aside for their their Black and African American Cultural Center. The time is now. This is how we uplift our community and truly invest in racial equity. There was, a call for racial equity. $500,000 is set aside for equity, and equity means that everyone is provided with the tools they need in order to succeed. But yet provision seems to have been sacrificed for a version of equality that only seems to exist on paper. And it's time to invest in actual concrete ways of supporting Black and African American residents of this county. And they have my full support.
And that was our final speaker.
All right. Mr. Chapchian, do you have anything to wrap up with?
Chair Nelson, members of the board, I do not.
All right. Thank you. Back to the board. Supervisor Williams.
Well, I appreciate the videos and the contributions from people in different parts of the community, all contributing towards a voice for Black people in Santa Barbara County. I do think a cultural center is a worthwhile endeavor. We have set up the equity fund, and I would remark in response to the comments about HR that this is important spending. This is not the county paying itself. It's an effort, by the way, led by people of color in the HR department to make sure that this is a place and this is an employer that values diversity, inclusion, and where a place where people of color can get a job and thrive. And I think that's an important effort, and so I don't dismiss the need for HR, but I do think that the Cultural Center is an excellent use of the funds. We have set up a process. We have turned over those funds to the Fund for Santa Barbara, and I encourage Healing Justice to apply to them, and I'm sure that they will prevail. I'm not sure that they would prevail for $500,000, but they would prevail for, I'm sure, a healthy amount to be able to start a cultural center. Juneteenth is an important day. It is a day that we should celebrate to me, about trying to live more as the country that we envision, to live more as the country we hope to be. And I would, the first time I wrote a Juneteenth resolution, I was a wet behind the ears legislative staffer in 1997. So this is important for me personally to carry this forward in a state that didn't have the same history of Juneteenth celebrations that maybe Texas or other places do. And I think it's also a reminder that that progress in American ethics at the time of ending slavery had to be accomplished by force, which is an unfortunate but true fact, that much of the progress that we have as a nation is not easy. It was a horrible war, but one that very much was necessary in order to be a better nation. I think what we have been up to in the last year is trying to reform our own criminal justice system to be one that can rehabilitate more and can incarcerate less. So I think that maybe some of the public speakers have a misperception about what we're up to, but they're asking for something that is important for the Black community as a whole, and something that I support and hope that our process works when the Fund for Santa Barbara determines the different funding priorities.
Thank you.
Oh, I also just say this is all an important step for us in order to do meaningful equity work in our community, to address our own inequities, both in-house and in the community.
Thank you, Supervisor Williams. Supervisor Hart.
Well, I want to start by recognizing Juneteenth and how important it is that we celebrate this holiday. And it's really great that the United States Senate today unanimously voted to make Juneteenth a federal holiday. And that's a significant achievement. And I think it informs, the momentum that that Healing Justice and the National Association for Colored People are doing in our community to advance Black and African American culture in our community. And the work that has been going on is really something to acknowledge and honor that Healing Justice and the NAACP have done with the Public Art Gallery, the Healing Center, the emergency grants. These are all really tremendous things. And the vision for creating a Black and African American Cultural Center is extremely important. And the challenge is to do something that's sustainable, that is permanent, that is appropriate for the importance of this community in our community. And that's not an easy task to do. And I appreciate the vision that Healing Justice has brought forward to us, want to be supportive of it. The fact that we have intentionally created the Equity Fund to be a vehicle to support community organizations that are trying to do transformational projects is not an accident. That is absolutely intentional, and that's what that money is going to be used for. As Supervisor Williams mentioned, we've created a process. There is going to be the Fund for Santa Barbara will review applications and make some decisions about that, and then ultimately it'll come to the board for us to decide on. And there's a lot of planning necessary, and there's a lot of collaboration that's going to be necessary between community groups, nonprofits, activists, government at every level to really make this vision a reality. And I hope that the vision is big, because there is a unique opportunity, I think, with the Second Baptist Church, which the city of Santa Barbara has designated as a structure of merit, that's something that should be talked about by members of the community. Is there a way to acquire that building? I read in the news that the owner of that unfortunately died last year, and it is empty today. I think that would be tremendous. There'd be tremendous synergy to get that building for this purpose, and making it permanent and having a sustainable operating strategy, is really critical to the long-term health of the work that needs to be done to celebrate Black culture in our community. So, and yet we can't pause while the long term is going on either. I think that, the programs that Healing Justice described today have merit, on their own. In the meantime, as we work collaboratively together to do the bigger vision, we want to implement and expand the programs that they have begun and nurture them on an ongoing basis. And the Equity Fund can also assist with that as well. So there really is a great confluence of opportunity and vision and momentum that's in place right now that can help advance this request and move us forward on realizing a tremendous vision for the community.
Thank you, Supervisor Hart. Supervisor Lavanino.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to say that the presentation by Reverend Tullis was very moving, as was LaWanda Lyons-Pruitt in her commercial that she did for COVID-19. And I just want to throw out there too that if there is a cultural center built in Santa Barbara County, that maybe the city of Santa Barbara isn't exactly the right place for it. Maybe Lompoc. I don't know if North and South are talking to each other much, but maybe there's some synergy there. Places are much less expensive in the North. In fact, we do have a Hispanic cultural center that was opened in the city of Santa Maria. It's in the Haslam building, and a lot of art that is displayed there, and a very nice cultural center. So I think North and South maybe should be talking, but I will be making a phone call to Reverend Tullis as I leave today to thank him for that presentation.
Thank you, Supervisor Lavanino. Supervisor Hartman.
Yeah, thank you for reminding us to think back to the beginning of this presentation. Fortunately, I get to see Reverend Tullis on the weekend, but it brought tears. Community centers and cultural centers are critically important to people, especially when you feel marginalized or on the outside, where you haven't seen your history, your artists, and all honored, and you may not even know all the history yourself. And I certainly am learning a lot more about Black history than I ever learned in school over the last year. Virginia Woolf wrote a book, A Room of One's Own, about how important it is to have a space where you can regroup. And so I'm a strong believer in that, and very proud that somebody on the 3rd District staff, Alma Hernandez, was a founding member of the Corazón del Pueblo in Santa Maria. That's the first cultural center for Latinos in our county. And it's small, and they're still getting their feet under them. They're getting grants, but that programming and what it means to young people in Santa Maria is hard to describe. So I believe in this. It's so important for marginalized communities and also for the rest of us to understand and appreciate, and that they're willing to share with us. We have almost 300,000 in our equity fund from last year, and we'll be putting more into that fund this year. And I think the Fund for Santa Barbara is a first place to start looking how to fund this. And I think it'll be important to go from a wonderful idea to how do you actually support it over time. And I think that's what Supervisor Hart was suggesting. If you buy a building, if you rent a building, there's a lot of costs, and then the programming itself and staffing. And so I really think the community must step up and help support. And this isn't really, I don't think, agendized for our meeting today, but it was put so squarely before us that I think we need to comment on it. But I'm hoping to learn more and do what I can to support it. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Supervisor Hartman. And I want to speak to the Juneteenth celebration and the holiday and the resolution. I know we read that into the record as well. I want to thank my colleagues who brought that resolution to us. The resolution last year versus this year saw a bit of an evolution, and I just wanted to express my appreciation to the authors for recognizing language that was uniting. And then I got a chance to spend some time with Supervisor Hart, and we went over some of the language, and where I was uncomfortable originally, I'm comfortable in supporting the resolution today, and looking forward to joining my colleagues and celebrating this holiday. Again, I've said publicly and from this dais that I didn't know about Juneteenth prior to this last year. I think it's a great holiday. I think it's something that should be celebrated. It's a significant event in our nation's history and should be remembered and talked about. And I think that's, I'm really excited to hear what the Senate did today, and I look forward to for generations in the future to celebrate this holiday. So with that, I also will be attending the Juneteenth celebration in Lompoc. I thank Ms. Lyons Pruitt and Reverend Tolis for inviting me. I agree with Supervisor Lavanino. As someone who's taught in Lompoc and represents the city of Lompoc, I know we have a significant African American community there, in part because of having the base there that's attracted. The military was an option for a lot of African American young men and women, and a lot of them have settled in our community in the Lompoc Valley, and that might be a great option in really bringing this county together. Cultural centers are important. In Santa Maria, we have a Filipino community center. We also have a Portuguese community center as well. So it's something that we've had in our community for a long time, and it seems that it might be time. And there's a lot of pathways to get there. It's not just getting money from governmental entities. There's going to be grants, but there's also lots of nonprofits out there, and a lot of creative fundraising for these types of facilities. So with that, any further?
Excuse me, I'm wondering, because there were some questions raised about Juneteenth. I know in the past session, the people who are presenting went back and forth. So are we able to respond or clarify?
I think at this point, if a board member has a question for the presenters, I think that would be appropriate. If not, I think we're going to be moving towards a motion.
Well, in the last item that you all just had, the appellant, I believe, just came off mute and started talking, and you all just said, "Oh, we'll get back to you, and you will have minutes." It wasn't because someone asked her a question; she just wanted to respond. And so I'm asking for the same courtesy that was given to this woman who we just saw do that to be extended to us.
Ms. Repkamp, just so you know, that was actually an appeal hearing. It was a judicial role that the county board was playing at that point. We have a presentation here that you've presented, and we appreciate that, and we thank you for that. And I'm glad to talk to you offline about additional pieces here, but I think if the board has additional questions for you, I'm glad for them to ask you, but at this point, I think we're ready for a
Okay,
motion.
well, can someone please ask me a question about the suggestion that the center be located in Lompoc and why we have suggested it be where it is?
Okay, that was my question. So Ms. Ruskamp, if you can, well, are you,
I will respond to the question.
Okay.
And so again, I think it's very important because this keeps happening with the county and also the city. Will you all make suggestions? You all move to create barriers without consulting any Black people. So we were very intentional about where we wanted this Black and African American Cultural Resource Center. We do think that there needs to be a similar resource located in Lompoc or Santa Maria. We picked Santa Barbara and we said specifically that we wanted to have it on the east side or on State Street. And we said that because there is historic Black community on the east side of Santa Barbara. And to be honest, that history has to do with redlining. So the east side of Santa Barbara was where Black people were allowed to be. And so because we were forced to be in that area, we also created a thriving culture. There were people there who started chapters of the NAACP, who built affordable housing, who established the East Side Neighborhood Center. So it is not appropriate then, considering the history of Black folks in a specific area, to then suggest that it be somewhere else without significant conversation. So yes, there needs to be a resource in North County, but we were intentional about our suggestion. The other thing about the fund and talking about applying, that is wonderful, but here's what we need to talk about: creating additional barriers. There is no reason when you have Board of Supervisors can move to directly honor the work that we're doing for you to tell us that we have to go through yet another application process while you sit here publicly and say that you care about Black lives. You did not require this for your HR department. So why are you requiring it of the Black folks who you also used to then host the racial equity task force where we were not even allowed to speak, even though Crystal and I were reached out to personally to help you all coordinate, right? We are saying enough of you all using our voices and labor without properly compensating us. It is not appropriate to create an additional barrier and then say that we cannot use the entire pot of remaining money. We have already shown through all of the programs that we can make budgets, live within those budgets, and serve a community that you all were not serving. All of the programs we offered were not offered through the County of Santa Barbara. We are filling a need that you all were not meeting. So we're asking you, do not keep creating these additional barriers. That is anti-Blackness. Suggesting that the center, without actually engaging with the people who've been doing this work for the past year, mostly unpaid, be in Lompoc without asking, well, what does this area mean? I even think Second Baptist churches, and again, we have to be updated with the news. That building has been purchased already. It's going to be a planning office. It is not available for us to use as a Black and African American Cultural Resource Center. We have asked each of you individually to actually assign staff members to the Black and African American Cultural Resource Center. If you do that, you would have these updates. We are already working with a grant writer to have a more fleshed out business plan for the entire center. But we have already shown you proof of concept. We are currently in a Juneteenth space for the entire month within a budget with staff. We can do this. We know we can because we've done it before. Stop creating additional barriers. Enough.
Thank you, Ms. Ruskamp. Supervisor Williams.
Well, I'll just say that I'm normally the one here that's frustrated by the processes that are set up. And I had my doubts about the process that we set up, but we did set up a process, and there is a reason why we set up processes, and that is so that everyone in the public has the ability to apply, and that the fund can make a judgment based on what the fund's purpose is. I think that a Black Resource Center very much would fit within that definition. So I have every faith in the process for it to happen. But I understand why people who have deal with government are frustrated by how long it takes. That happens to me all the time. But that is the process.
All right. So at this point, I can take a motion on the recommended actions.
I'll move the staff recommendation on A10
Okay.
or D10, and then I guess the resolution separately.
All right. Is there a second on that?
Second.
Okay. All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Now I need a motion on item A67.
I'll move to approve A67.
Second?
All right. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously. Okay, that concludes our meeting of June 15th, 2021. We are now adjourning to our Tuesday, June 22nd, 2021 meeting. Good night.